Alright, for the sake of brevity,
Gentlemen, we're live. I'm gonna put the link.
We'll go over some of the ground rules and things of that sort so we can get going. So let's push up to the classroom real quick.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello. Is there like a whiteboard chalkboard in there?
Hey guys, let's keep this, you know, as
User
searchable
joined
as
your
possible.
channel.
We do have a stream going.
Where did everybody go? What the fuck? Chaps, where'd you go?
We're all in bunker.
Now, guys, this is why we always have a buddy with us. Next
And then you have to say
slide.
piggyback at least 5
And,
times. in that
I'm
thing.
gonna piggyback off of First Sergeant here.
And then you just
Fuck
fucking
no.
lose your mind.
Oh my god.
Just a caveat off that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
so-
have any idea what you guys were talking about, but I do actually follow a podcast that did the full like 2.5 hour thing on U.S. military and PowerPoint. So like I feel
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a meme,
the military
it's-
loves their PowerPoints.
Oh yeah.
apparently
Jesus Christ.
Disgust me. Alright, so let's start getting some things for
User joined your channel.
This is to be a pretty involved training, so we're going to cover a lot of at least 8 blocks of instruction before we get going to an FTX. I'll be gone by then, so Future is going to be hopefully taking
User
that
joined your
with,
channel.
But again, Future, thanks for putting this up and going through the whole spiel with admin to get this class going. So thank you for that. And everyone that's here, appreciate that. It really helps the community. It really does help the reduce the issues that we're gonna see in the future, if we might see in the future. And those that are flying, man, thanks. Ryan should be popping in here. Oli Senza, Fubar is there.
I know Gleam's gonna be in with the Apache potentially.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
before you go any further, could you make sure that you're on shouting?
I am shouting.
Could you make sure that
Control tab and
Okay.
put it on yelling.
Yeah, no, I could hear you, but it's a little better and we're all spread out. Thanks, man.
There we go.
Alright. Alright, cool.
Before
Sorry.
we get into the meat and potatoes of anything, everybody pop a squat, basically.
Yep.
And if you have a question, try to write it down, and then at the end, just pop up if you do have it.
Yeah, it'll be easier for us to just make sure we track and who's got questions and who doesn't.
Yeah.
Again,
You know what,
it's pretty
actually?
much a fire hose coming at you here in short.
We
so,
can, everybody over here, if you're going to be listening in. That way we don't
Yeah,
have.
that way I can talk directly this way.
User joined your channel.
Bing, bang, bong. Bow.
Beautiful.
Alright.
Alright. So
User left your
just
channel.
a few things, housekeeping.
User
things before we
joined your
get started.
channel.
So everybody should have at least a vector, a dagger, map tools, rugged tablet with you.
And if you don't?
Something to write on, something to write with. And if you don't have that, we won't
Come
need
with
it.
me.
You won't need the actual stuff right now, but go ahead and get it if you don't.
Yeah, and we
I'll
say
make
micro
mine get
dagger,
public.
not as your terminal. Make the rugged tablet
The
terminal
GPS.
as your terminal. You add the GPS into your bag.
This is gonna be interesting.
Okay.
And for reference, I don't have access to that shit, but I know how it works.
Yeah, SL roles should have access to it also.
Yeah, just connect it and fucking use it to get 10 grids, basically.
The only thing I didn't have in my standard kit was the map tools, which I
User
which I
left your
did.
channel. User joined your
Mate,
channel.
Yeah,
If you have
they're
tablet,
actually
actually,
pretty handy once you use them, but
No.
if you ask me, if you have tablet, you don't really need it. That is if you're not trying to get maybe fucking 8 digits.
Map tools could
well,
be helpful
map
for
tools
8
are
digits.
really helpful for CAS support as well, and you can't really do that on just the tablet.
Alright, hopefully
Oh, you also need
In
bearing.
theory,
And
you
we'll
should be
cover all
able
that.
to do it with a tablet,
Mate,
but
You
the
can
map
do it
tools
on the
could do
regular
it for headings
Mac.
and bearings. And
User
wait,
joined your channel.
But yeah.
I know on the map
So
there's
this is,
a,
again,
there's
this
a
is a
click
very
function that
User
shows
left your
distance and
channel.
stuff, so-
Yeah, it's basically technology versus primitive tools.
Yeah, It's good to know how to use the
You
map
need-
tools
you
though,
need
because I
to-
mean that kind of even translates to real life. I mean,
Yep.
if you know how to do it here, you can kind of figure it out in real life. Although I still suggest learning before you go get yourself lost.
Yeah, I sort of learned the 8 digits the hard way. So.
User joined your
Honestly, if you
channel.
got the vectors and the micro dagger, and you can get eyes on, you're all good.
But sometimes you can't, so it's always helpful to know you do 8 digits or 10 digits.
User joined your channel.
Sweet.
User left your channel. Joined your channel.
I'm gonna be a bit to the side compared to the rest, because I don't really need much of the training.
So just grab those 3 things and head back in here.
Who's that in their underpants?
It's Clint. Yeah, I tried sharing the kit,
What the
but
hell?
I guess.
Yeah, he's trying to assert dominance, isn't he?
User
Yeah,
left your
kid
channel.
can only be shared with Siren role. That's the issue.
That's unfortunate. That's really
User left your
unfortunate.
channel.
Yeah,
Joined
but
your
any
channel.
SL should be able to grab the 3 things needed.
Yeah.
5 things needed, whatever it is.
Put pants on.
I mean, it's better than Iraq. You know, Iraq you can get like a damn vector as an SL.
Oh yeah, this shit's good.
User in
Those
your
were the
channel
dark
timed
days.
Dude, even FTLs can get vectors now.
User joined
Yeah,
your channel.
dude.
User entered your channel.
Technology is beautiful.
Vectors, that was awesome. There, take my shit.
Yeah, dude, technology is awesome. Did you just leave your corpse there?
User
No,
left your
no,
channel.
he-
Oh,
Oh, it's the skin.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Fuck, the whole
The
skin
arm
dropped?
skin.
Yes, it does.
It's gross.
Oh, that's awesome.
If it's a t-shirt, though,
Set
mate.
up, yeah,
That's
that's
why I
technically
usually
just a skin
talk
colored
about taking
shirt or
someone's
something.
skin if I take their
Alright, boys,
uniform.
we gotta go. We gotta start pushing this. So, everybody ready? Right?
Yep.
Everybody got their gear. So keep an eye on the comms once we start getting out to the FTX. We're gonna be on long range 8.7 and alternate will be 8.6. Short range will be 9.9. Alternate will be 9.8. That way we don't get with the regular server comms. So take that whenever. I'll do that right now. For now, is just sit back. Kind of what we're going to be talking about is mainly give you a broad overview what's happened, and then we'll get to the nitty gritty. Okay. All right. So again, I'll be the primary instructor along with your anchor at Glassjaw. Ryan's going to be helping out as well. So if any questions again pop up from your squad, and then we'll address those accordingly. So more broadly, what is TAC-P, right? TAC-P is, as we were talking about earlier, is you're pretty much the liaison between air and ground, meaning you're coordinating the airspace, and funneling that down to the infantry, right? You're a support role. You're going to be supporting infantry. That's pretty much everyone in this server. Unless you're infantry, you're supporting infantry, which means that as a TAC-P, you're not a direct action unit. This is not to say that you will not fire a rifle. More often than not, you will, but you're not looking to engage directly, if that makes sense. So we're coordinating air assets, conducting close air support.
User joined your channel.
Sort of mini ATC traffic
User
control
left your
to
channel.
conflict
User
any kind
joined your
of landing
channel.
zones and things of that sort. We also provide ISR reports through either our drone or through our ISR assets, directly up to 616, wherever we're up to. And we also serve as a forward observer for Savage. That's pretty much a broad aspect of what is TAC-P / JTAC and the server. Obviously, we utilize call sign Siren. Yes.
What about Butcher? Is Siren specifically tasked with coordinating with Butcher at all, or not at all?
Negative. If there might be instances where, out of right field, and it's happened before, where Siren will step in and try to help or mentor a Butcher asset. But no, we do not handle Butcher. We do not handle Ogre. We might help out with
User in your channel timed out.
resupply and coordinating the air infill resupply, but directly we do not engage with. Again, the plate is pretty full as it stands with the 4 different frequencies that you're going to be on. So it is very unlikely that you're going to have time to just stay on 3-9, stay on 3-4. That's or
And that's
3-0
just for the
that matter.
assets we control. That's not counting platoon
Right.
comms and all the other stations we got to monitor.
So that's kind of outside of our realm, right? We might step in time to time, but obviously we push back to our area of responsibility, which is air assets and Savage. So specifically, what are science duties and responsibilities? More broadly, we deal with inserts, right? We manage fixed wings, we manage rotary wings, we manage artillery, and we manage company comms. So how does that work? Inserts can be directed either by the team lead, or the team can actually work at inserts or stalkers. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah,
Make
yeah,
sure.
you're good.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So fixed wings, again, team lead has responsibility as well as the team. Rotary wing, team and team lead can take care of that. Artillery, team and team lead. Company, however, is just the team lead. So the way IPs are now written, which is great, and I'm very happy for that, is Siren 1 is a team lead and will be pretty much coordinating everything and just pushing the information up to 1-6. Meaning, if he has a full team, 1 through 4, Siren 1 will divvy out the responsibilities, because life is much easier when you have 2 voices rather than 50 in your ear. So Siren 2 will be taking care of whatever, fixed wing, rotary, or artillery, etc., etc. Siren 1 is the team lead, pretty much in charge of making sure that the machine is running perfectly and pushing any inputs up to 1-6 to include ISR whenever ISR assets are available. Yes. Question.
So, did I understand correctly that the various flying roles have a dedicated team leader role who stays grounded just for comms?
No. So what I'm saying, the responsibilities are divided, or who's responsible
By
for those.
the Siren team lead. Gotcha.
Yeah. So within a team of 4, typically you'll have on a good day you'll have a full team, and at that point life is great. Things are much easier. Where one individual, one Siren can just charge of artillery, and that's it. Another Siren will be in charge of demons or rotary wing, and likewise with fixed wing. So that is pretty much how that works in terms of the division of responsibilities across the team. Now, the important thing with that is to have a good communication laterally, meaning you have to communicate across your team. Siren 3 may have to work with Siren 2, Siren 4, etc., to ensure that all the assets are taken care of, everything, all the responsibilities are met, and maintains fluidity throughout the operation. Siren 1, on the other hand, has to make sure that everything in that AO that has to do with assets taken care of. Meaning, once I say, hey, Siren 2, you are in charge of artillery, I'm not going to monitor 4-0. I'm not even looking. All I'm going to say is, hey, Siren 2, we need this thing gone off the map, or give me a fire mission here, or connect with Savage. We're going to start looking at this objective. After a while, I'm just gonna call them up. Hey, status report on this movement, and then just relay it up. So it makes things a lot easier. You can run Siren by yourself. I do it most of the time, and it's fun. It's just a matter of organization and triaging important things. But that's more of an advanced course. Nonetheless, that's kind of what the duties and responsibilities are for Sirens. Dealing with inserts, fixed wing, rotary wing, artillery, and company comms, and all of those are spread out evenly on a full team. Everything is pretty much tied to what we can or can't do, and that's namely our SOPs. So if you have not seen or read our SOPs, I advise that you do, but also look at the SOPs for our assets, right? You have to understand what a Reaper can do or can't do. Same thing with a Demon, same thing with a Savage. So, and again with our Stalkers. So you have to not just your SOPs, but your assets SOPs. Can you engage within 200? Although I did check, by the way, explosives are still not no-go within 200. It doesn't clearly state that you can't use guns. So meaning Demon can use 7.62s inside. It's not clearly stated that you can't use it. So that's something that will require some clarification. And again, our SOPs are still being written as we speak. So take what you have right now and use that as a framework for your operation, how you operate. And again, that is your Bible. That's what you stick to, and that's where it stands. There's no room for interpretation. There's no room for anything else outside of what it says on the SOPs. So again, stick to those as strict as you can. I did want to go over the lines line by line, but I think given the time and the brevity of this course, I think I'm going to trust you all to go through those SOPs. They're not long. I mean, for the Siren, I think it's like half a page because it's still being written. But do go over the Savage, do the Reaper, Demon, and Stalkers. Yes.
I just one more of a comment. There's not that many of us, and I'm mainly here for the lecture aspect of this. If you do want to go through like a brief cap of those kinds of things, I for one would be happy to hear that. I don't know if everybody else is happy to just read on their own, but I at least for one would happily hear your at least quick rundown on that.
Okay, so by and large, again, the Siren OP SOPs are still being tooled with and things of that sort. So from the top, again, a lot of this I've already mentioned. Siren is not a direct action unit, meaning that you're going to be behind enemy lines, or not behind enemy lines. You're going to be behind the main push. Typically, you're going to be with 1-4. They usually have good SBF, so you're going to be providing Overwatch and conducting ISR or getting eyes on target or etc. You're not engaging. Here's why. Usually, there's only 1 or 2 Sirens. If you go down, you're taking all your assets with you, meaning that there's no one in charge of that asset. If you have a demon on station and you're trying to be gung-ho in your lines, you get taken out, a demon can no longer operate. So it's a little bit of checking yourself a little bit, is not pushing, but rather keeping an eye of things where you're able to, monitor the battle space. So that's kind of the biggest, one of the biggest things that people fail to understand. The Siren role is by SOP supposed to be attached to an element, and you should be attached to an element. The way on a full day when we have on a full team when we have the 4 members, the way it usually works is a team of 2 will pretty much link with 1-4 because they're SBF and they're usually on the side doing some SBF type shit, or you have the other team to include the team lead with 1-6 or 1-1, part of the main push. Obviously, you're not going to be in the main push, but you're going to be overwatching the main push and getting eyes on things. So that's how that works. You will rarely act as Phantom, and that's sort of a myth that I like to dispel right now. Is this is not a Phantom unit. You're not running around doing your own shit. You're not. You can only do that if 6 approves it, and at that moment, it's only 2 people, a team of 2, a tactical party that would go out and go do some.
And by
SF
6,
shit.
he doesn't mean 6 actual, not 1-6.
Right.
Yeah. We
So
are a
from here on out,
asset.
when I say 6, it'll be Assassin 6. 1-6 will be 1-6. So we can make sure that we're not. Misunderstanding what I'm saying. So yes,
Yeah, it's another thing. Siren is
commander,
a company asset, not a platoon asset. So.
Similarly, you will stay with on your long range 7-2 at all times. Your alternate will be whatever you're assigned to. So if you're assigned to a Reaper, you'll be on 7-0 and 7-2. Once you start tasking, 7-0 will all the taskings move to 7-2. It gets a little funky. Just bear with me. If you're tasked with Savage, you'll be a 4-0, alternate 7-2, and vice versa. And depending on where you end up, that's kind of where you're going to be. For company comms, you're going to be on 3-1, 7-2 if you're a team lead. We'll start getting into more how to manage radios and things of that sort in a little bit, because that's, if not, besides map management, review management are the biggest things for Siren 2, to understand on the fly and be able to operate on the fly. So if that makes sense. As I mentioned, Siren's pretty much in charge of conducting CAS, close air support, and this means assigning holding points, initial points, battle positions, and we'll talk about all of these different things. And typically, this is done before you step out the line. You don't want to do this while you're engaging or while you're push into the objective. You're just not going to have time, and things will get real busy as soon as you leave the fob. So you want to make sure you set up your boards before that. So make a note somewhere, get set before pushing up, because shit will hit the fan and you're not going to have time. Similarly, you're in charge of conducting Logi air. So you're managing LZs, you're managing Logis with stopping for heavy, for instance. You know, where are they going to be operating? You have to keep an ear out for them as well, because they're still, even though they're out of the, I guess, out of the combat zone, they still may encounter guerrilla forces and things of that sort. So, as such, you have to make sure that your Siren that's running Stalker has a good communication with that Stalker 4 pilot, even though he's out of range or out of a combat zone.
That's actually been coming up on this map. Getting a lot of guerrilla fighters near fob taking pot shots at our birds.
And again, that has to do with how we engage civilian targets or not civilian infrastructure, things like that. So either way, that's a different point. So we'll talk about how to manage LZs, what to look for, things of that sort. All in all, is making sure that you, as a Siren member, ensure that the airspace is clear, that the airspace is good to go before you start pushing any assets through, and ensure the safety of that airframe. So as soon as we start hearing, any kind of ZU variant, anytime you hear a manpad variant or what have you, you're pretty much closing airspace until you triage the situation.
And I know so many of you guys are used to that, trying to get your guys reinserted and being told, nope, there's a ZU somewhere, go find it, kill it first.
Right. So, and again, you're also coordinating with Savage as a forward observer. 320. Who's on 320? A-frame, go ahead and push out to the other comms. Hot copy. Just check the board. It's on the board. Remember, I think it was 99 and 98 for short range.
Yeah, 99, 98.
Yeah, for some reason I'm. Yeah, good copy. Range 17. We're in the classroom, first floor. You got it, brother. All right. Yeah, so Savage, right? You're coordinating artillery with Savage. If you have a Siren that's strictly involved with that, that's their bread and butter. That's all they're going to do. That's what we ask you to have your vector, because primarily that's where you're going to be utilizing, or the drone, depending if you're skilled enough. But I suggest everybody gets skilled on that drone, because it's very helpful.
Practicing single player.
Question before I push.
Yeah, for Savage specifically, I mean, his long range is generally known, and I've seen instances where regular infantry has called through to platoon command for fire missions. Infantry have directly called for fire missions.
Over there, and then when you have a question,
what do SOPs say about that, and how do Sirens feel about that? Say, if a squad lead or 1-6 called in a fire mission without going through Siren.
And so that's a problem you're going to encounter with pretty much every asset. I mean, I've had instances with 1-6 is trying to control my air assets, my Reapers, and it's much of my stuff versus your stuff. Is I have to know where everything is at. If I have a Reaper that's taking off and going somewhere else without my knowledge, then I can't task them. You know what I mean? So it's pretty much. You have to have a situational understanding of all the assets, and if someone takes control, then that puts you at a disadvantage. Because if it goes down, what if 1-6 doesn't, or whoever's taking control of that asset doesn't know that there's an air threat, right? And I do, right?
Yeah, personal experience, Savage is a little more acceptable, but don't touch my airframes.
So yeah, specifically, I'm specifically wondering about the Savage case. Yeah.
So I'm circling back to that. So essentially, in the SOPs, it states, whenever there's a Siren present, we're the forward observers, we've got command, we've got control of that asset. So it's more of a tactful way of reaching out to whoever's calling for that, like, hey, let me know. Or sometimes, and this happens quite often, mind you, is we don't have eyes on that on the splashes, or we don't have eyes on that area. We might be too far. There might be an issue with respawns, with or people coming back in, or Sirens coming back in. Hold on, let me get off the net. I'm on the wrong net here. Um, all right, so it's just a matter of reaching out to that individual, whether it's CTAB or however you want to engage that individual, and letting them know, hey, per SOP, this is how it works. If you're in the area, or if you feel comfortable with handing off that responsibility because you're not there, just let him know, hey, eventually, you have to go through me, and that's kind of where it's because by SOP, if a siren is on station, they have control of that asset. So, but again, it happens quite often, and I know this happens very often.
Oh,
Dear God.
you got
Everyone
the
stay
thing.
calm. He's going to be
Got
back
the
in a minute.
thing. Yeah.
Is everybody like in their mind hearing him slam the keyboard, shouting "fuck"?
Oh, no,
Yes.
that happened. Yeah, it happens.
Specifically with Savage, I know I've done it over the past few days. Some of you might have even heard me on your short range where I'm sending a fire mission and you're the closest one too. I'll hop on your short range and tell you, hey, Savage fire mission incoming. Advise of effect and any adjustments needed. I'm gonna let you guys make the calls. So.
Cool. Do you sort of the follow up or the extra to that question is sort of more an emotional thing for you guys who I know I've seen around sirening a lot. Like, how do you feel about something like that? How do you feel if you're calling for Savage and you want a fire mission or whatever, and he's going like, I'm working on a fire mission right now, and
for me, it depends on the situation. If it's like Steve was saying before he crashed, if it's because I'm back at FOB because of a respawn and they have eyes on, I'm usually a lot more lenient about it, accepting. But if it's a situation of like just a 1-6 who decides he doesn't need Siren, he's going to call shit in himself, yeah, I'm probably going to call him on it and mention SOPs because that's annoying as shit.
Up to this.
Good question, by the way.
Yeah, how do you deal with other elements basically stepping on you, particularly when it is someone like a 1-6? Like, just I'm sort of asking about the specific, interpersonal communication thing, not so much SOPs.
Yeah, that's a good question because that tends to happen quite often, like I mentioned before. So it's a matter of it's almost a one-way conversation at that point, where you have to engage with 1-6 or whoever's making that call. Typically, it'll be 1-6, and I've had instances where 1-6 has no idea of what the SOPs are or what everything is about, and so it's gently moving his focus to, hey, this is the way it works. Number one. Number two, whenever you start moving my assets without me knowing, I don't know where they're at, and I need to have 100% clear picture of all the assets and where they're located. So if you're taking it, you're putting us at a disadvantage, like I mentioned earlier, if that makes sense. So it's I've had happen where I'm linking up with 1-6 and 1-6 has no clue what a Siren does and had to walk him through it. Very gently, very politely, obviously. But there's instances where 1-6 will just completely, do whatever the fuck he wants, and I'll see that, hey, do you really want to do this? Is this something that you wish to continue? And they're like, oh, no, I was just, just changing this or changing that. But again, it is your responsibility to ensure that you have full control of these assets, because otherwise that individual will repeat that behavior over and over.
And part of that goes on the other person understanding their role and their SOPs as well. I know some of you were on last night. We had a 1-7 and a 1-6, and 1-7 kept trying to contradict 1-6's battle plans. That's not 1-7's job while there's a 1-6. Know your role.
Hey, more to that, knowing your role. Like, I play a Savage quite a bit, and if a 1-6 element's trying to task me with a fire mission and a Savage is on, I can go, hey, 1-6, that's not your area of responsibility. I'm going to communicate with Siren.
Yeah, most of the assets will acknowledge, hey, there's a Siren on. Why is this 1-6 calling me? I'm going to touch it in the Siren and let them know first. So, like, most of the assets themselves are smart and will get with you and prevent that from happening, but it does still crop up.
Have you encountered diplomatic conflicts with like 1-6s or other leadership stepping on your?
If I may, real quick, I solved that at the lowest level possible. I'm I'm pretty good at talking to people and resolving issues very quickly. If you're able to bring it up to them right then and there and fix the problem before it escalates, it's better on everyone. If not, then you always have the suggestion or the report stuff, and I guess that just goes up the chain. I rather just handle it on the field. We have a discussion, we'll have some words, and then we continue on. There's absolutely no way that this should escalate further. Goodbye.
I'm gonna stop derailing this now.
Hey,
No,
Fubar had a
that's
question.
fine, because it happens a lot. Believe it or not, I wish we had more people taking their time to actually understand what a siren does, because you see guys with T-shirts and you're just like, all right, well, we're just gonna do whatever and then we'll just task them with things. And no, that's not the way it works. That's the way it's never worked.
Yeah, the other day there was a 1-6 that tried to get Siren to push a point, and it's like, dude, we don't do that. There's two of us.
Yeah,
We do not
bad
do that.
juju.
What was your question, Fubar?
Yeah, for example, I'm doing Demon, right? 1-6 calls. Both you and the asset can deny the fucking fire mission or whatever, right?
The
We can just say
only
no
person
directly.
that can technically supersede Siren is 6 actual. 6 actual
Even
can call in.
But yes,
all
I know that. I know.
technically.
Like,
Even still, but you as a pilot have the ultimate say in what you're doing with that bird. If you do not feel comfortable doing anything that has been given to you, or you see it as an unlawful order, you are more than in your right to say fuck off.
also,
That goes
But
all
yes.
the way down.
one more question. For example, I'm running Savage, right? And 1-6 says like fire mission here, and there's a siren active. Do I just say let me check in with Siren, or do I just say no directly?
Yeah, check in with Siren first.
Yes, that's
That
probably
that
the
would be a
most cordial way
very
of
tactical
addressing
way
that
of doing
problem.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most cordial way of saying. And I think we had a conversation about ISRs and things of that sort at a different time. But it's just a matter of Stalker communicating with the controller, and that's it. We don't want to like say no, you can't do that. It's just we need to know where you're going, where you're coming from, and if the airspace is good to go for your journey.
Kind of like the
Simple as that.
reverse of what you do when you're normally flying ISR for me. Like, if they get a hold of you, just touch bases with me. Kind of like how when I got you flying ISR, yeah, you tell me, but you also radio squads to let them know. Like, that's good.
Just think, if there's a situation where you feel like you might have a mother hen wondering where you're going, and you're running out in the streets at night, and mom is just wondering, hey, where were you? That's in that situation. That's where you would check in with mama. Mama, in this case, being Siren.
Also, one more question regarding ISR. Like, we've been doing this for like last 5 days, and I got a Siren on not 7-2, right? But I give the info, but I can direct the guy better than Siren can, since I have the eyes on, right? Do I get on the needed frequency and tell the guy, or I just tell Siren to do it?
You relay through Siren. So at that point, you're tasked as an ISR asset. So you just run it through us, and then we'll obviously you put it on the map and for reference, but we'll still communicate with the elements or the platoon. More often than not, I know it seems like it's a little redundant when you can come out on the horn and say it. Just 3-1, go over the net, just be like, hey, ISR reporting 4 times ABT, MSR, blah blah blah. I know it sounds a little redundant, but that's the way that works. Is you have to run it through us, and then we push it.
Yeah.
It
I would
serves
also
a good.
say it's situational. Like, if you literally see a tank pulling up on them, let them know fast. Yes.
Yeah. It's
at that point.
Very much so. The reason we have that much redundancy is for deconfliction, right? Because if you have, let's say 3-1 is chock full of 1-6 giving orders, and you have all these squad leads talking to 1-6 back and forth. I've had situations where I heard 1-6 such and such 3-1 like back to back for 10 minutes straight. You don't want to just go, yeah, hey, everybody on 3-1, I see a battle group on the opposite side of the map. No, just let Siren know. Siren usually, me personally, I like to have an alternative short range freak tune directly into 1-6, and I'll just get on his short range and be like, hey, we spotted a battle group out here, let first platoon know.
And I think we'll cover that in the management portion.
Yeah.
It's crucial to have an understanding of what freaks you're going to be on, can you reduce the amount of freaks?
Guys,
around
if you have
that
any
just
questions
tag
on
into,
the Twitch chat,
1-6,
chat, I
and
can
again,
direct
we'll
them.
cover that.
Let me
So,
know.
for brevity purposes, let's continue with the SOPs. And so we pretty much left off talking about roles with Savage and Company Command, overriding Siren, and things of that sort. So moving on to, I think would be the next section is really looking at the internal controls, and that we briefly talked about that. Where Siren 1 is a senior controller over the entire team, and so they have the responsibility of providing the responsibilities or duties across the 4 members. It just depends on who comes in and does what. More often than not, I know what people like to play. Play to their strengths. Sometimes I'll have a guy that just really, really likes artillery. I know 3 people off the top of my head. As soon as they come in, we got artillery, or Reaper, or what have you. Rarely do I as a team control air. That's very rare, unless I'm by myself. And at that point, that's the only time that I can actually have fun with the assets. But more often than not, I'm pushing that out to everyone else to A, have fun with it because it's really fucking cool to call air, and B is to divvy out the responsibilities per SOP. So that's kind of where the top down. It's not so much of a top down, but it's more of a management type situation, right? It's not really like, oh, everybody has to listen to the team lead, blah blah blah. It's really a team approach, right? We're all dependent on each other to make this entire machine work. Siren as a role, as a full-fledged 14, can be fucking destructive, very destructive. I don't know if you guys on the ground see it, but sometimes you'll have shit pop up or battle groups pop up, and then they're gone. That's usually when you have a full Siren team working with Reaper, Savage, etc., can just wipe out any kind of battle group pushing up. It's, especially where 1-4 is like has nothing left. They're waiting for a resupply, and we have those assets. It's really good to hear patches on the net like, hey man, thanks bud. Cool, we got this worked out. So that's more or less the internal of Siren. And again, talking about the radio frequencies, we'll get into that in a bit. So really, as I'm looking at the SOPs, I'm looking at my parts of instruction is pretty much the same thing. We're going to be talking about it anyway. So let's go ahead and push out to radio management. As I mentioned, long range, we stay on 7072, short range 320, and if you're tagged to 16, 16, if you're tagged to 14, then you go 40, etc., etc. So that would be your short range stuff. Again, it all depends on the situation. It all depends on the team. If you have a full team, if you have if you have 2s, 3s, it all depends on what's available. If you're tasked with a different asset, you're beyond their comms, obviously. So preferably your long range. That's the first thing you're going to be switching. So if you're tasked with Savage 40, but you stay at 72, because 72 is pretty much our long range comms between Sirens. Because again, sometimes mission dictates that we split and we have a team pushing a northern objective and a team pushing a way southern objective. We need to maintain comms. The most important thing about radio management overall is you're gonna have a lot of voices coming through your comms 24/7. If you see a Siren just looking out into space, it's because that individual has 5 voices going at their ear all the time. So it's not that they're not listening to you; they've got other comms. So what I mean by that is, whenever we get on comms, let's be very, very short and to the point, right? Because we're likely gonna have when shit hits the fan, our comms explode like 1,000 times. Like what you see as an FSL or as a PL, multiply that times 1,000, because everyone is calling us for help. Everyone, all the assets are like, hey, we got this. So our ears are banging. So it's important to maintain those comms to short, crisp, get in and get out type situation. So again, I think we had a course on radio management or radio etiquette not too long ago. So it's really important to maintain that. And you'll know that as a Siren, you'll have your ears are pretty much going to be busy the entire time.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I do a lot of SLing. If I am in a situation where I want to get a hold of a siren. And like I don't know, maybe there's many sirens, maybe I don't know, which one is doing what, but I know we have various assets, and I'd like to run that through Siren. I just need to get a hold of Siren. I just need to put the message out there that like one actual needs Siren to contact me. How do I do that?
Right. So you just call us on 7-2. A siren will pick up. Then, just call us on 7-2, or if you want to run it up through 3-1, if it's a full lobby, it is likely we're gonna have a full team. But best case scenario, call us on 7-2. A siren will pick up and we'll address your needs and we'll deliver the pizza. Oh God.
Oh, he's got to repair his cup terrains.
There he goes. By the way, can you get back on yelling, mate? Your voice is kind of.
Oh, I am on yelling. Fuck.
Are you?
I think it's a directional thing.
Yeah.
Oh, could be.
How about this?
That's.
You hear me?
No.
I think you were good in the beginning.
Yeah. Stay where you were, mate. Stay where you were.
How about now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Better.
Sorry about that. Okay. So, just call us on 7-2. We'll with whatever request you need. Just let us know. Hey, I got this MBT. Likely, we're gonna ask if you've got any preferences or anything like that on the map, and then we'll start tasking our assets accordingly. But that's it. We'll just reach us on 7-2, and we'll fix it for you. So that's pretty much radio management. Very briefly, again, there's different scenarios for high pop, low pop. I think we should probably have like an advanced course on running Siren solo. It's very interesting. It's very dynamic. Very very different than how we would run. But it's doable. It's doable and it's super fun. Map management. That's the next topic. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about this earlier. So the Siren team lead, assuming there is a full Siren team, does the team lead also act as a regular Siren, or are you more in charge of coordinating the other Sirens?
Depending on the division of labor and the availability of assets. If let's on a beautiful day where we have everything, Reapers, Demons, Savage, Stalkers, ISR. It is very likely that Siren Team Lead will be engaged in one way or another in type of support. This is not to say that he's just going to be managing, because that's pretty much what the team lead is going to be doing, is making sure that everything's flowing right. But there's a strong possibility that you'll be coordinating ISR, for instance, if not with a drone. And that's again, we go back to the drone as for those that have not flown it, it's imperative that you learn how to fly it. It does help providing some sort of ISR before we get actual birds. But yes, the Siren Team Lead will be most likely in charge of some type of asset, if not direct in contact with a Reaper, depending on the team. Because if he has a team that, for instance, has no understanding of how to call air or control Reapers, then yes, the team lead will take control of that, and that's fine. It's happened before, and that actually serves as a good teaching moment. We can teach the individual how to run through the cast procedures. So again, it's very situational, very dynamic, and it changes very quickly.
Cool, thanks.
Sorry, I keep DCing. I don't really know.
It's next time it happens, I'm noticing it's your cup terrains. So just run through a repair of your cup and your RHS mods. You know how to do that?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. If it happens again, then that's when you do it.
Cool.
Cool. All right, so that's radio management in short, and then we push out to map management. And again, this is something that I mentioned earlier. It is imperative that you get this done before you step off the fob. You get with 1-6, or you get whoever is running the show. If it's a skeleton crew in the morning, which usually happens, it's 1-4 or 1-1, and you get with it. Hey, what are we doing? What are we looking at? What's the mission tempo, or what's the mission movement? So we can start setting up LZs if we have assets. So we can start setting up those HPs, IPs, BPs, etc. We start getting Savage to start coordinating or pre-setting some TRPs, etc. So it is important that before we step off, that you get with 1-6 as a team lead, And the reason why I say team lead is because everybody should be trained up as a team lead. Right? Siren 2, Siren 3, Siren 4 should all be capable of running the team. So that's, probably more of a philosophical approach, but everybody should be held up to that same standard of a team lead. So as a team lead, you should be able to you should get a hold of the infantry team lead or platoon lead and figure out what's going to happen. There's cases that I pop in and it's like the element or the movement has already begun, and I'm just sort of playing catch up, contacting what assets I have, putting those assets on the board.
Cut sake.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Yeah, questions.
Yeah, so like on the map board, when it's like it's a mess of lines and objectives and LZs, is that Siren's responsibility to clear that up as it's been like taken?
Yes.
Only for our assets.
Right.
Only for all our things. And we'll talk about once we start getting into which is the next block of instruction. I think we before we get into that, might take a break or two for anyone that if they want to, or we can just push through it. It's up to you all. But yes, map cleanup is a big deal because it gets cluttered very quickly. And if I'm on, I'm cleaning up as we go along, just because it gets really fucking messy. So, yeah. Question.
Yeah, no, about a break. I'd be happy to take 5 minutes. I know we got a late joiner as well who maybe would like to at least hear roughly what we're doing, where we're sitting, and why, how we're doing questions.
Absolutely.
Anybody have any objections to taking 5?
Not at all.
No.
Sounds good to
so
me.
let's say, what time is it? So it's 11:07. Let's say a 10-minute break. Be back at 11:17 Eastern time.
Cool.
10 minutes.
So 10 minutes time, guys.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Fucking excellent stuff so far, Deceive. Really appreciate you guys doing this.
Hey, no worries,
awesome.
man. No worries. Whatever helps, man. Whatever helps.
My fucking rifle. There we go. All right. I'm gonna go get the range set up just for later.
Desyncing.
All right. Don't
You're desyncing. Don't do it.
Don't do
desync.
it. Don't cut out on me.
Good.
I've already had mine. So.
Just can you help me set up long range guns?
Ubar, I'll bring an Apache over here just so they can see the armaments and stuff.
I'm going upstairs, putting my back on.
Raj. Hey Ryan, you wanna do me a favor? Drive his vehicle out. Thank you.
Something not found. Edge bond.
7. Check it in on the 7. For your primary.
Okay,
Radio check 87. Radio Lima Charlie.
Is your mic broken or so? I'm scared. Is this what you wanted me to do? Ah, yeah. Honestly, I was about to just look ahead over an I-TAC and AH6 as well, if we already have a depth over there.
Oh fuck! Yeah, I had my fucking microphone off. Push the button on the headphones. Yeah, one falls usually on Overwatch, and they've got a lot of ATs like javelins, stingers, and more AT capability than a standard squad. Right, so they usually, they got the big guns basically, and they usually stay on SBF, support by fire, right? So that means they're mostly on top of a mountain and they got eyes on everything, right? So Siren can stick with them and provide ISR. They will not be doing any AT stuff, but they'll be doing a lot of spotting, alright? Why is this fucking straining itself out automatically?
Okay, go configure, add an option.
Actually, let's do that. Let's do that later. Let's just land this and get back. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, if you want, you can unlock controls, and I'll just take them for a second, and you can configure it while I work it through.
Yeah, I'll leave you the controls.
Alright, I got the controls. Go to add-on options.
Yeah, what's the name of what I need to fucking change?
So, add-on options, AH46 project or something, click on that, then there should be a stabilizer option, just turn that one off.
Oh yeah, thank you. Stabilizer. Where's the stabilizer? Connection switch. I'm not seeing a stabilizer.
It's not the controls in the add-on options.
Oh right, okay. Oh yeah, stabilizer. Yep, got that off.
Alright, you're deploying right now.
Is there a little bird down there?
I parked one on the tower. It's not an AA6 though, I'll just go grab one.
Yeah, right. If you need to listen to the training, you can actually stay here. I can grab the little bird.
Nah, it's fine.
Alright.
Unless you absolutely want to grab it.
Yeah, I can grab it if you want.
I kind of don't care, okay.
Okay, let me shut this down.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm already helping out. Alright, so does everybody jump back in?
Give me a sec. Yeah, I just realized I don't know how to fucking shut this thing down. Well, fuck around and find out, I guess. Zensa, are you on 8-7? Yeah, mate, can you get over here? Apache. Oh, God. Yeah, I just left it. That works.
Radio check 87.
Good check. Sorry about the noise, fellas.
Yeah, you're all good, bro. I know that thing is loud.
Yeah, to be fair, to be honest, I did not know how to shut that shit down. I just fucking got out of it, shut itself down automatically. Thank God for that.
Yeah. Okay. So, hey Jack, did you do those repairs? Oh no. Alright, well, we're back in there now. It's been 10 minutes, so get back in there. Hello?
By the way, Zensa's gonna be here with an AH6, just to show you what sort of weapons you guys are working with.
Alright, everybody good? Everybody continue. Alright, so we left off map management. Alright, actually before, there was something to say about radio management as well, because we have 4 active radio frequencies on top of ground communication with personnel. It is totally okay to tell them to fuck off for a minute. Stand by one, and you get to them when you get to them. But make sure that you actually get back to that individual, because if they're coming to you, it's probably because they need you for something. So again, it's common courtesy just tell them to fuck off with it. Circle back to that question. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Ish.
Yep.
Alright. Okay. So we were talking about map management, setting things up beforehand, setting up LZs, HPs, IPs, and DPs. So let's go one by one. Things to consider for for inserts. Inserts are done primarily by stalkers, at least for our air assets on the B10. By our air assets, so stalkers, whatever they're flying, they're via H6, AH6, or freaking Blackhawk, what have you, Nighthawk. That's them running the inserts. LZ management. So let's go ahead and open up your. Everybody should have a Rugged tablet, correct? Or a map.
How do you open that?
Just hit M. So.
Oh, we're just opening up the map.
Yeah. So the shitty thing with this map is that there isn't much variance to demonstrate contour lines. So essentially what I'm saying is, okay, there you go. So essentially what we're saying with setting up LZs is two things to really check is terrain, right? You want to make sure that it's as flat as possible. How do you know it's flat? Well, if it's on an area that has some contour lines, the further apart they are, the flatter that terrain is going to be. Obviously, there might be some deviations here and there, but the primarily thing is to look for flat surfaces, flat areas. Obviously, situational dependent. It's situation dependent, so we might not have the opportunity to put a bird on a flat surface. So again, reading a map, understanding what contour lines are is very critical. I go back to that again. Is the closer those contour lines are, the steeper that incline is. Meaning you're gonna sit a bird on top of the side of a hill or a mountain. So that's a no-go. So look for contour lines that are farther apart, spaced out, and such.
One thing I'd like to add as a stalker, yeah, LZ should be as flat as possible, but that doesn't mean we can't insert you there. But as a Siren, yeah, you should look for like the flattest fucking LZ possible. We can still land you on an incline or fast drop you in, but flatter the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you want to work with the stalkers. You want to make sure that you're making their job easier. You don't want to just put an LZ, just because that's where the element's going. If you have to walk a little bit, so good. And we'll talk about the understanding the balance between where to set LZs. The other thing to consider is, again, it's mission dependent, right, or situation dependent. Sometimes you just can't put it there. Other options are repelling. Other options are, that's like on the back. That's like if we can't do anything else, we try to stay away from repelling, namely because the armor doesn't treat us very well, when we start repelling stuff. So the placement of an LZ you have to consider is the terrain, but also how close you are to the objective. There is a big, there's a balance between setting the LZ too close and too far. The way we win at this game is throwing bodies at the objectives. No offense to infantry guys, but we just throw a bunch of bodies and hopefully you guys do some work and kill. If not, we're gonna have to start resupplying you all. So the way to do that is putting LZs not very close, but close enough where the infantry is not having to walk that far. So there is a fine balance that you have to strike, and that comes with playing this role a little bit more. You don't ever want to really take a risk on putting the bird too close. Sometimes we have HLZs that start off as LZs, and the operator decides to
stands for
be
hot
brave and
landing
start pushing up, so that becomes HLZ, and we'll talk about how to designate those here shortly. But again, it's understanding the mission tempo versus it's sort of a risk analysis that you have to engage on the fly. Can I put the LZ here without putting my birds in danger, but also being effective where I'm having a continuous flow of inserts going into the objective? Yes.
You appear to be making a distinction between LZ and HLZ. Does that mean that the H stands for hot?
Exactly, HLZ, a hot landing zone. And I apologize for that. So yes, typically our landing zones or LZs are cold, meaning that when we push into the objective, there's going to be enough space between landing zone and the objective, so we don't have to encounter small arms fire, manbats, etc. Again, things change. The mission up tempo dictates that we have to, for instance, the Kazavac or Medevac. It's pretty critical it's more often than not will be near an HLZ or near the conflict or near the contact. So that's how we designate those, and in the map we'll change the. I mean, it's sort of an unwritten standard that is yellow, and it becomes an HLZ or hot landing zone. We'll change the color to red. And obviously, as you make those changes, you have to get on the comms and let your stalkers know, hey, by the way, this is not HLZ. Proceed with caution. Then you can start restricting altitude, etc., etc. Depending on the approach. So we'll talk about lines of approach here actually next. So once you have a landing zone set, it is in your best interest and the pilot, because you've already reconned the area, is how do you enter the map? How do you enter the landing zone? So look at the map. The best thing to do for our stalkers really is to give them the best fighting chance. If it's a hot LZ or just a regular LZ, is to give them keep them in defilade if you can. Use the peaks and valleys to your advantage. Flight path should be as direct as possible, but also avoiding any kind of terrain hazards or air threats. If we see any kind of air threats that not necessarily are man pads, but rather small arms fire, or it's kind of close to the objective. So if we reference the map again and we look at that, let's see, let's pick that box in the far west corner. So we designate, for instance, this LZ1 on the west coast. It seems very flat. So, but let's say that there's contact to the say northeast, right by Medusa Rock. So the approach is not going to be something like this, but rather something like this, right? Because if contact is here, you want the approach to be off to the side, right? You want to avoid this. You don't want to fly over the objective. By and large, stalkers don't have defenses, or they're not offensive. So meaning you can't really fight back. They have chaps and flares for oh shit moments, but that's about it. And a good pilot obviously helps. And while I'm on that subject, if the pilot is coming into a landing and whether it's iffy terrain or whether it's an HLZ and there might be bumps in the road, please keep those comms quiet. The pilot is trying to land that bird, and if you've got the back of the bus going crazy, it doesn't help the situation. So just keep those comms quiet. Let the man do the job.
Yeah, that's Zensin bringing a bird.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Fubar?
Yeah, one thing, like a couple of things I'd like to add. Yeah, do not freak out. We're trying to maintain the situation as a stalker. Trust the pilot, And one other thing I'd like to say about LZs is mainly we're going to avoid putting them on roads because
Stand over there.
there can be IED spawns by the roads. Yeah. Also, as a stalker, as far as I know, we can ask for closing an LZ if it's too hot.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, as a siren, and I gotta be very careful how I say this. If the stalker is requesting to close an LZ, that means that you're falling behind the 8-ball. So you want to make sure that as the movement continues, you're opening, closing, pushing up LZs, deleting LZs, etc., etc. If someone is already asking you to do this, that means that you're falling behind. Now, again, depending on how heavy the server is, if you have a full team, it is understandable and acceptable at times. But again, you have to make sure that it is not up to a stalker to tell you, hey, buddy, what's up with this LZ? It should already be there. Again, this is to support the infantry and to provide the necessary, accommodations for stalkers before they step off, before things happen. So one thing I would also say is if you're playing Siren and you're standing still, you're wrong. You're doing something wrong. If you have not heard, if your comms are quiet and you have not said anything in about a minute, you're wrong. You're very wrong. You need, as a team lead, you have to check on your your teammates. If you have not heard from Siren 2 in 2 minutes, hey, status. What's up? What's going on? Status. Let me know what's going on. If you're just sitting there, you're incorrect. You have to be moving. You have to be ahead of the eight ball, meaning you have to ensure that the next LZ will be open. You start coordinating the next airstrike. You have to start closing or opening LZs or airspace. So there's a lot of things involved. So it's not like you really have a time for yourself. Once you, at least for me, and typically that's the way it goes, is as soon as I hit the deck, I'm running and continuously doing something. Yeah.
I'm not really sure how to phrase this question, but it's in regards to where you're saying, Aaron, how much you sirens communicate with one another and about what? Because, I mean, you already have a lot of comms to deal with, and you can be split up, but assuming you are a team, right? There's a couple of you, and you have a divided role. So let's say one's running Savage and the other one's in charge of air, and maybe there's another one. Like, how much, and you're separated, right? You're in different places. How much communication about like non-essential stuff are you doing to each other? How much does the guy running RD need to know about what the guy doing air is doing, and vice versa?
So in terms of internal comms, unless there's a coordinated move that requires Siren 2 that's handling, say, Savage versus Siren 3 that's running Reaper, there has to be coordination, namely because you don't want to have an active airstrike where you're going to have arty rounds coming into that airspace. So, for instance, you have Siren 3's engaged with Savage at a location, at a grid, right? They're engaging, and Reaper or Siren 4 has Reaper on stations like, hey, I've got stuff to take care of this problem. At this point, Siren 3 and Siren 4 are going to have to deconflict. Say, okay, let me hold my artillery fire. Go ahead and send your Reaper through for gun run or what have you. And once you complete, I will continue with my artillery barrage. That's the kind of internal communication we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, that's sort of what I assumed. But so, like, generally speaking, you do like when you're working some asset, do you then also make sure that as soon as you are actively using an asset, you make sure that all other sirens know, like, hey, by the way, I'm calling in RD strikes right now. You maybe don't need the specifics, but just so you know, right now RD is happening. Siren 4, whatever.
Internal comms are done through 320, so everybody's going to be aware of what's going on. So whether Siren 2 that's handling stalkers has no play in that specific scenario, everybody will be aware, to include the team lead. The team lead will it's even better because at that point the team lead doesn't have to ask. He's actively listening and can send this up to whoever, say 1-4 is in contact with that fucking those 4 NBTs that are pushing up on it. I can direct to 1-4. 1-4, we've got this coming up. Stand by, hold, dig in. This is what we expect in the next 5 minutes. So there's a lot of internal communication that is ongoing, but that's on short range. On long range, we try to limit our communication unless we're separated because we share 7-2 with our Reapers and our demons. Yeah.
When we're doing a danger close fire mission, be it like Reaper, Demon, whatever, do we does the, for example, I'm Siren 4 and I need danger close, right? Do I ask clearance from you or 6?
Well, you would run it up to the team lead, like, hey, I got a danger close mission, and then I'll handle the company bullshit, right? That's mainly the role of the team lead, is to sort of run this up the chain, like, hey, team lead here, we got a danger close mission.
Command.
So that's kind of the way that works, and then I'll tell you, hey, bro, we didn't get a green light, and it's happened before. Like, we don't get a green light for things, and that's the way that goes, unfortunately.
We usually don't get a green light for jerk gloves.
It's
sad.
Yeah. So that's kind of LZ's really in a nutshell. It's striking that balance between distance and time, being able to provide the objective with the necessary manpower to cap it, but also not to push it too far where your bird is in a precarious situation where it might go down, and then you lost an asset, but you also lost the inserts. So that's that's HLZs and LZs. And landing zones, cold landing zones are yellow. HLZs, hot landing zones are red, and you make those determinations as we go along. And
as you get to know your pilots, that gets a lot easier as well.
Yeah. Again, with landing zones and pretty much everything that you're in charge of is it has to be maintained. It's as the movement progresses from objective to objective. If you've got sequential objectives, it's much more demanding on the Siren to stay ahead of the LZ management. You have to make sure you keep pushing those LZs up within reason, but it gets pretty hectic. So holding points, and I guess we could talk about holding points and BPs in the same I guess in the same breath. Holding points and battle positions are pretty much for rotary aircraft or demons. I like to push HPs just because it's just easier to manage. HPs holding points where I can have a demon set outside of the AL. So if we look at reference the map really quick, and I guess we can set this eastern portion as the AL. We'll call it whatever AO. We would likely set HPs just along this area, depending on the craft that they're flying. 3 to 5 clicks is a fairly decent area to stay for HPs. You'll set one here, set whatever. The difference with an HP is more of a loitering position or loitering point, where you can have aircraft actually be at an HP. But typically, given the tempo of Arma and how we run Arma here, this game, as HPs are just mainly for demon to either hold at one position or different positions. So typically we'll set 3 or 4 HPs around the AO, and we'll get on the horn with whoever's running demon. Like, hey, Fubar, you're clear to patrol from HP Alpha to HP Bravo and HP Charlie, and racetrack that to get eyes on ISR or to see if you can get eyes on a target. At that time, he's either going to provide inputs to me saying, hey, I've got 1 times NBT, and then we go through the clearance procedures at that point. But again, that's for them to either select. I gave them a lot of room to move about. It's not like I'm very restricted to this is an HP, that's where you're going to stay, unless it is a very controlled airspace. We have a lot of threats. At that point, we might just control the movement of that aircraft and limit it to 1 HP. Beyond that, it's we have several around the AO that give us the ability to get a good ISR, and 2, to be effective on target. So that's kind of where HPs and BPs. Well, BPs are a little bit different. BPs we utilize more for standoff, meaning that our I guess our demons with standoff capabilities can engage through at a safe distance. But again, we sort of use HPs and BPs in a very similar idea. Typically, you'll just have a demon set on that HP and fire from that range. They're not going to push through the target, fly over the target, or nothing like you've seen in the movies. It just doesn't work that way. Maybe the little bird might be able to push through the target with a gun run, but that would be limited to maybe infantry out in the open, if that. But it is very rare that we're gonna say, hey, you're gonna go ahead and push through this objective, fly over the target, and shoot through the target.
Demon safely fires from 8 clicks away. Reaper does flybys. Yeah,
they're just not that fast. Again, little bird might get off, but at that point, it's I personally would not call that. Yep, Fuba.
Yeah, about that. Mainly, we always try to preserve the airframes we're running. So if I can safely engage from 4 clicks out, why approach the target?
Exactly.
Since these are not armored aircrafts, right? Maybe the Apache is, but Little Bird is literally flying skeleton. Black Hawk is a little bit better, but still, a 1 rocket will take it down. So we try to preserve it as much as possible.
Yeah, even a heavy gun, even a good NG would fuck up a rotor, and then you're just
Yeah,
having to
decent
link that back.
PKM will just bring down a little bit, no problem.
Exactly. Again, it's just not the way it works. It's sexy. Don't get me wrong. Seeing a bird do that is sexy, but it's just not the way things work. An A10 will totally fly through a target and bird this way through just without a hiccup. But again, that's a different platform. So we talked about landing zones. We talked about holding points and meta positions. And lastly is IPs or initial points. Initial points are pretty much set for what we call more of a gun run, but it's I don't want to say restricted to fixed wings, but we at least in this server we utilize fixed wings to give them the sort of an entry point to the target. So if we again reference the map, we have this box here. So we'll probably set an HP right, and we'll talk about distances here shortly. So IP gold. So we'll set something like that, right? And that's pretty much what that does is it gives the pilot, okay, so I have to come in, my gun run or my tech run is going to be this way through IP gold, and this is a target depending if it's guns, or if it's rifle or type of air to ground munitions, can either deploy and peel off, or if it's gun, probably get a little closer to the target. One thing to consider is a distance from, and I think we can probably cover that once we get to the 9 lines or things like that, so we get actually get a little bit more detail. But where was I? Yeah, so between 6 to 7 clicks, 8 clicks, give it or take.
You can hear me, right?
Depending on the
Any issues
situation,
on the
it's kind
stream?
of where you want to set your IPs. Obviously, set more than one because it gives the pilot a different. The target would shift between within the AO, so it's best to set up multiple IPs. So on a full day, you'll have quite a few HPs, LZs, IPs, or BPs. So it can get pretty busy. But again, between setting an IP is roughly between 6 to 8 clicks. It gives the pilot enough time to vector in into the target to be able to tally the target. Tally means be able to see the target. Get eyes on the target. If you set it between 2 to 3, it's like telling the pilot, all right, get on the thing right now and get eyeballs right now. It's very difficult.
So as an example, IP gold is only 2.6 clicks from the targets. It's actually a short IP, but the other ones we got out there, Rum and the one north, much further out, much more time to get eyes on.
Right. So we'll talk about using map tools and things of that sort when we get to it. I mean, for most, I think map tools, if you're a beginner, it's a good to figure out, your heading, your bearing, your distance. But once you get used to it, you can kind of just look at the map and utilize your mapping skills and set up IPs on the fly, and it becomes much easier rather than just using a map tool. So, but again, this is an introductory course, so it's more geared towards the lowest level. So
hell, learning map tools can help you in real life too. So why not?
Right. It's a good skill.
To know how to read topographic map is very important.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Again, it's contour lines, man. It's contour lines. If you don't know what the difference between spaced out lines and really close lines, then you're gonna set an LZ and a hill. Obviously, our pilots are fucking smart. They're gonna look at that LZ and be like, "Hey, buddy, what the fuck?" And they're gonna just either divert to somewhere where they can land safely, or just tell you to adjust that accordingly.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You make a bad call on an LZ, they'll let you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you see the those lines very close to each other, that means it's a steep hill. You want to find a separated lines. That means a flat line, a flat ground.
Yeah, the more space between the lines, the more flat area you have.
Cool. So again, that was talking about LZs and IPs and et cetera, et cetera. So we actually went off a little bit of a tangent, but that's okay because we just covered, we briefly covered Stalker and inserts in detail, things to look for, lines of approach, when to open and close, and understanding the tempo of the mission. Again, open, close is all dependent on the actual development of the op. A demon, we talked about where to set up HPs. What are they for? There's also something that's included within the next two blocks of instruction, which is check-in procedures that are in effect for both Reaper and Demon. A check-in procedure pretty much tells you, hey, this is Demon checking in. This is what I have on board to play. You read back. You say, hey, Demon, I see that you have this. Cool. Stand by for future taskings. Yeah,
Yeah, proper.
Yeah,
proper
this
check-in should include
this
airframe and
also
coordinates.
applies for stalkers. I'd say, like when people like get on, they're not saying like, "Hey, stalker, like
Yeah.
I am this stalker 2. I'm online," and you check on the map. There's a new stalker, and you
Absolutely.
yeah, like, and also when you're signing off, let people know you're signing off. That means like, yeah, one more asset's gone, so we can adjust to that situation.
Of course. Yeah. That's a very good point. I completely forgot to mention that with stalkers. I mean, it's knowing what airframe you're working with, and again, that's something that whenever we start going through the setting up our boards and things of that sort, we include what our assets are. So you'll often see, Stalker One is. I'm not really concerned about who's flying it. I'm more concerned about what bird they're flying. So it'd be Stalker One on a Black Hawk, Stalker Two running Logi with a CH-47. Yes, Jones.
Yeah, sorry, but on that, the different kinds of assets. I mean, I obviously realize that it's important to know the difference between, say, a Little Bird and an Apache, for example. But I believe that maybe there aren't, but I believe that there are some variants of the same airframes, or perhaps variants on loadouts. How big are these differences, and how important is it to know it? Like, how much does it need studying?
Pretty substantial.
Yeah, step in here for a second.
Well, one of the big ones
We've
that's been
got
coming up is
three
calling the
cat
Nighthawk and
choppers
Blackhawk.
outside, one Apache, one UH-60 Dep, whatever it's called, and an
sorry, could you-
AH-6M. I think there's like two variations of this river in
Your
total.
microphone's very loud.
The
Hang on,
Dapper,
one sec. Who's
which
talking
is
right now?
our cancer,
Zensa?
and the yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Could you start that again? Because when you started talking, there was a lot of comms, and you got stepped on, so I wasn't able to follow that. I'm sorry. Could I ask you to take that from the beginning? I apologize.
I'll just go over our choppers. First of all choppers are also written in the SOP piece, where you can see which choppers are available for what call sign. Stalker has access to the MH6M, the UH-60M Blackhawk, the Chinook, and Nighthawk, I believe. That has been a recent addition for this map.
Pavehawk and Blackhawk usually,
anyways.
yeah, they
you
get
wanna say
swapped.
something?
Yeah, Nighthawk and Pavehawk, they sort of get swapped around sometimes. Like for the current one, we got a Nighthawk, which is a variation of the Blackhawk we're running when we don't have a Pavehawk for this one.
It's the Navy Blackhawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter now.
If
So,
it isn't, good.
For demon assets, we have the AH-6M, which is a variation of the MH-6M Little Bird. It is equipped with a 7.62 minigun, with a Gauss 21 minigun, which can even bring down buildings, pierce BTR armor, and can even take down BMPs if you hit it from the top. And it also has a couple of Hydra missiles. Then we have the Bird, which is basically an armed Blackhawk. It has a radar of like 2 clicks. Is equipped with a 30mm autocannon with 300 rounds, 2 times M134 MGs, both 7.62 I believe, and Hydras as well. Then we also have the Apache equipped with 8 Hellfire missiles, 114 case, yeah.
Yeah,
Those
they're
are the
kilos,
ones. They
lasers.
are laser guided, and they have a shape charge, which means they're pretty good against enemy armor. Though
Those
you
Hellfires
should
are
not
sexy.
use them to engage infantry.
Oh yeah.
If you want to, we can also walk outside and just have a look at the cast birds as we park them.
Yeah, they're
The
right
other
outside.
side
You
of the
can-
range.
That was
gonna
my next thing is,
My
discuss.
question was mainly, it was less the difference between the various airframes. I can check that out. I was more wondering whether there are variants of the same airframe. So, like, are there two different kinds of Apaches that, like, one is the
No,
Alpha and one
not
is
right
the
now.
Bravo, like that kind of stuff? Because I know,
Well,
like, the
one has a
Abrams
radar,
comes
one
into this context.
Yeah, with the Blackhawks.
The answer is yes, but it's limited by map.
Yeah, but for
I
the
don't think we have any variations at this moment.
yeah with the
Well,
860
we got
pack though.
Blackhawk and Nighthawk. Those are two variations, and then the Apache we have radar, short radar, long radar, but we only have the short radar in Liberation at the moment.
But basically, like, what I'm getting at is that, like, if I'm talking to a demon and go like, "Hey, what are you running?" and he says, you know, mentions whichever airframe, let's say an Apache, I'm not going to run into troubles of, I'm assuming, oh, he's in an Apache, so he has this, this, and that, and then later on I ask him to do something, and he says, oh, I can't do that, I'm in the fucking Bravo version of this bird, and it
I see
doesn't
where
have that
okay, so
ability.
part of the check-in is all right. So you're checking in with Siren, and you're pretty much telling, okay, so I am flying an Apache, but I'm also carrying on board these type of munitions, and line by line, he should run exactly what he's got on board, and then you run it back and say, okay, check. I see that your readback is as follows. Boop, 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 boop.
And,
So
and
it's-
again, depends on the pilot.
because-
Most of them know their frames well enough, and they know their sirens well enough that, like, they'll tell you if there's something different about this version than what we're used to.
So the reason why that's
the main
done is
variation
to
between I'm not sure if we actually have the Apache without radar in the build menu right now, but I think so. So
We do.
The main variation between both Apaches is one of them has a radar and the other one doesn't. If you want to know which Apache your demon's rocking, you just ask him if he has the longbow or not. Longbow is basically just the radar mounted on the top of the Apache. Yeah.
And so to your question, and I think it's important to rehash this, is the check-in procedure gives you the understanding of what you have to play with, what type of munitions you have to play with. If an Apache has Hellfires or not, if he spent all his Hellfires or not. Usually a check-in happens before he steps off, so you should be fully loaded. But it's good to know what you have to deploy in case you need, say, armor, say, infantry. So yes, I don't think that the variant would impact you as much. Like you said, what if it's a block C, right? Doesn't really matter. As long as the pilot is checking in with you with the type of armament rather than the type of actual block or variation of that aircraft. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like there does not exist a universe in which I learn all the fucking letter and number combinations of all the U.S. Fucking vehicles.
When he was throwing out the letter number combos, I had no idea either.
Yeah,
I know some
for
of them.
me, Apache and Blackhawk is fine. Abrams MRAP Razor is fine, but fucking MB7R/2 like none of that.
And there we go.
I gotcha. I'm with you. I'm better with the nicknames than I am with all the serial numbers and shit, but some of them I know, so.
One thing you should know though is like the H and M in terms of birds for the little bird, basically.
That's very important to know.
Yeah, A is for attack, M is for special operations. If the bird has that.
What does special operations mean?
Well, it's basically
just transport.
Yeah,
specially
it's
configured.
no, not just transport. The DAP also has that M.
M is for mission.
A mission.
Yeah, in terms of the little bit, it's basically the transport chopper and the attack chopper.
So
different.
basically, A is for attack and M is for not attack.
Specialty job.
But
Utility versus Mike mission.
yeah, if it's got U, yeah, that is utility.
C for cargo?
C for cargo, yeah.
C is cargo, yes.
You could say it's just heavy lift.
So what
like
is the U?
utility.
Utility.
If it's got M, that means it's got like advanced shit than the utility.
It disappeared the moment you spawned back in.
Whatever.
Yeah, they drop quick
Anything
on
else?
trains.
Anything else you have to cover before you head out?
On Cass. So, if say an Apache's in sector shooting missions and then they're black on ammo, do they just call a black or Winchester and then RTB?
Yes. Yes, we'll be covering all of that good shit in a bit.
Yep.
Favorite thing.
All right.
But so,
Delicious, yeah.
Are we done with like map and stuff like that? Because I feel we haven't mentioned tools.
At least until
Not
part
yet,
of
not yet.
learning map tools is also learning the 9 lines. So I think we're all going to do that in one group.
So
Ooh,
right,
we're
so
doing that?
this is a brief, like an overview of things. Once we I think we have the Reaper and Savage to cover. Once we're done with that, we'll actually get some hands-on with 9 lines, how to set up the board, how to look at map tools, and all that. So this is mainly a theoretical. This is how we run things. Understand how we run things before
I
we
got all
start
those
putting stuff
beeps
on,
marked, by the way.
application.
Imagine a classroom, yeah?
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a very formal block of instruction that we have. So once we go through the overview, then we'll start pushing through the actual use of map tools, which should be another 10-20 minutes if I can push through this.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. So we talked about demons, right? We talked about the different airframes. We can actually, since I appreciate that, that's why it's great to have both Stalker Demons and every asset here to talk about the different airframes, because it's we have to understand these frames. And I guess at a later time, once I step out here, we can look at the different variations, identify how they look, what are they capable of, etc., etc. So just more on Demon is, and again, because it's very task heavy, is I think it's important for everyone to go through the CAS IS and the CAS SOPs, right? Understand the close air support SOPs. What are they capable of doing? What are they not? Again, the Siren SOPs are very different in terms of not having them being completed; they're still being written. So just stand by for that. There's a lot of conflictions that we see, and hopefully that will get hashed out here shortly. But by and large, where that's at. So read over the cast, read over the Savage, and read over the Stalker SOPs to understand what are they capable of, what is the left and right of margin where they can or can't go.
They fixed that little thing we had to see. They added an addendum. I noticed it.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
So we'll cover 5-liners. 5-liners are pretty much what we're giving Demon in terms of calling air support. You'll see, and I will actually preface this before we start pushing 9 lines or 5 lines, is talk to your pilots, right? As they're checking in, for instance, Fubar checks in and is flying hopefully a Demon next time.
Hopefully.
Hey, this is Demon 1 checking in, 7-2. Copy that. This is Siren 1. I read back, checking complete, whatever. Are you comfortable with 5 lines? Are you comfortable with casual? How do you want to proceed? Because not everybody is aware of 5, 9, etc. lines. What 9 lines are, for those that may or may not know, is a really fast way of getting a shit ton of information in about 3 or 4 seconds. And you're pretty much spitting out data. And the pilot is receiving this data and pretty much providing terminal action on that target. So as opposed to, and again, maybe I'm just biased on this because it's easier for me to just spit out different types of information rather than, hey, can this building over here, talk-ons are very difficult. They're time-consuming when you can set things up in a way that is rapid and quick. Usually when you get a cast request, it's because it's someone's shitty day. Like someone's experiencing a shitty day, meaning that you have to get fucking bombs on target, you have to get guns on foreheads ASAP. So the longer it takes you to accomplish that, the more casualties build up. So it's imperative that you get this message through. Again, we can go through 5 lines, 9 lines, or casual talk. It's all dependent on the pilot. Most important, as the pilot, they're comfortable with it before you assume, hey, you go with 9 lines, and then you just, SOL.
Yeah.
So once I step off, I think that's when Future was taking control of the actual hands-on portion. He'll go into detail what each line is, how to set up the map, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and wrap up with Reaper and Savage. Should go very quickly. Reaper in the same way. How to set up the IP. We talked about that. It's between 6 to 7 clicks outside of the AO. Once we start looking at 9 lines, remember, you set this up before you step out. So if you reference the map, we go back to our little hill on the west coast. Uh, you're using map tools, and you're setting up pretty much 6 to 7 clicks out. So you already know where the IP is going to be. For instance, IP jack is way out here, right? So it's more or less going to be 6 to 7 clicks from the objective, right? All your targets are going to be here. So any variation within this box is going to be minimal. What that does is it helps to expedite your 9 lines, because your 9 lines include distance to target from IP, right? Or if we use this blue box, for instance, I'll change that here a little bit. So you already know the distance to the target more or less, right? It's not going to vary that much within this AO. Depending on the terrain, your elevation may or may not vary as much. So work smarter, not harder in a way. Set up your IPs 6 to 7 clicks from the objective. That gives you the ability to understand where they're at. And when you're calling 9 lines, they're going to be rather quick. So that's pretty much, again, where to set up IPs. Airspace management is huge, along with understanding the threats and deconfliction of any kind of air asset or savage or any kind of troop movements. What I mean by that is, if you have a busy airspace, you want to make sure that, hey, the stalkers are coming in a certain way, away from IPs. You don't want to put your HPs right over an LZ. It's just going to create, although sometimes it happens, it's going to create a little bit of an air traffic control issue. So you want to start deconflicting airspace in a way that's sensible and it's easy to manage. Again, you're in charge of this, so you can set it up as needed, but don't create a problem for yourself, because you will have more shit to deal with in the field. So again, utilize this opportunity before you step out of the fob to set all this shit up before you start in contact. Again, CAS versus ISR. These are things that Demon can also provide, and we're really pushing very hard for stalkers to do this as well. So for any grunt on the ground, at least for the SLs or PLs, information is imperative. You gotta know where things are. You don't want to run up into an objective and not see a GL, or something just pops out of right field and decimates your team. Right? You don't want that. So
God, I felt that in my soul.
Trust me, like that's something that we're trying very hard to accomplish.
Marks on map make me happy when I'm SL.
Yeah.
Yes.
Painting a picture of the battle space is by far the most overlooked thing in the whole wide world. Any guy on the ground will tell you, I need to know what the fuck is behind this city, this town, behind this hill, especially when battle groups spawn, right? What the fuck is coming our way? So it is imperative that we get eyes on. So more often than not, when a Reaper or a Demon checks in, it is very likely that I don't have any taskings for them. So it's pretty much, hey, go ahead and provide ISR to this AO. And they're just going to be flying around, whether it's Demon or Reaper. We're just going to be providing active ISR, marking stuff on the map, relaying information as it comes through, depending on the team. If I have a full team, it trickles up. If it's like need to know, like right fucking now, there's a tank working up on 1-1's pause, they can actively go into company comms or 1-1. But typically that runs up to TL, and then TL will push, our team lead will push out to the company. Again, we have those assets. The optics on the night hub, for instance, what did we say it was? What, 25 times?
It's powerful.
Yeah, for the co-pilot it's 25. For the pilot it's about 32 times.
32 times. I mean, we are thinking about, you cannot even see the bird, but the bird can see you. It is an infinite amount of data that we can collect from the battle space at that range. And more importantly is, you're pretty much in a safe position, at that point. If I have a good pilot.
Yeah, mate, like we can spot hostiles up to like 8 clicks out, like no joke.
Yeah, any of you guys the past few days have been getting good ISR and appreciating it, it's that man right there flying it.
Yep.
Right. And so again, it is imperative in terms of what a Type P conducts primarily close air support, air traffic control, savage, but ISR, man. ISR is where we can change things. to include our little drones. And I know everybody's like, oh, fuck you, little drones. These drones, Ryan, for instance, a dynamo, dude. When it comes to drones, when he logs on, it's like, hey, he can spot shit better than anyone else, man. I know that he's gonna paint a map. He's gonna paint a pretty picture, and we know what the fuck's going on. He's excellent for that. Now
everybody knows what ISR means, right?
Yeah. Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance.
Yes, just making sure.
Yeah, just double checking here.
What's ISR again?
Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance.
Pretty much eyeballs. Eyeballs in the sky. You know, you have a bird that's sitting up there just looking with their sensors, and they've got really good sensors. So it beats binos, beats anything that you have on your person right now. 1,000 times fold. So,
yep.
Also, one more thing I'd like to mention is with the the Black Hawk's camera, we can actually laser designate for Demon and Reaper. So it's not just ISR, we can like point targets out for these people as well.
Just be very careful on that. I think the SOPs do state that you're not allowed to laze for others. So just be very careful with that. But nonetheless, the capabilities there. And again, we're talking about SOPs that are being worked on still. We can talk about a different type of munitions that we can utilize. For instance, Hydras inside a civilian population be a go for me. The blast for that is between 50 to 70 meters, so casualty or destruction is limited. 7.62 and 50 cal should be a go, but that's a different story. We're not here for that. But again, this is kind of just highlighting that SOPs are still being written. So
at this specific moment, the specific word is demon is not allowed to laser designate for Reaper.
And that's Stalker.
Right, a Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker's not allowed to laser designate.
Siren and or a platoon element has to be laser designated, and or the shooter themselves.
Yeah, so that's something that I'll have to make as a suggestion.
And more often than not, I mean, a Reaper has their target pods, which are fairly, they're excellent. If you've got and we'll talk about the types of control: type 1 control, type 2, type 3. And future, we'll talk about that. But if you've got a type 1 control where you see
you cut out,
pilot you're lasing the target for that.
You
pilot.
cut out
So
after.
You got eyeballs on that target with your own laser.
Say,
you cut out.
yeah, after you said type 1, you cut out, mate.
You said if you have type 1 and then you cut out.
Sorry, so if you have a type 1 control, that means that you've got eyeballs on both the target and the aircraft, your CAS element or your CAS airframe. So which means that you're actively lasing for that pilot. So, but again, future we'll talk about that here shortly. So to kind of wrap up Reaper in short is they can conduct both close air support and ISR depending on the needs of the op. And again, this is all done through 9 lines, 5 lines, or just casual talk. Again, ask the pilot what you feel comfortable with, right? Okay. And the last bit of instruction, which would be Savage. These are artillery capabilities that we sort of facilitate. We have to get on. Pretty much, we have to get on site and get eyeballs on. That is, as a forward observer, you have to call up. You have to get eyes on what you're calling. There are times where you'll have a TRP that's set, for instance, and depending on the tempo or the movement of the platoon, for instance, and it happens quite often where we have to close a door. And by that I mean is we're retreating or we're pushing back from an objective because we've got a battle group with fucking Voltron manifesting, so we have to like dip out. We'll call Savage and set TRPs, close the door on that advancing element or advancing force without actually getting eyes on. And that's it's very tricky, but the most important thing is to get eyes on those flashes. And this is going to be done through a very short lesson of vector dagger integration that Future should go through very, very, very soon. But again,
when you say you're closing the door, is that like a final protective fire on a retrograde up?
It can technically also be used on an attack. Like I set up defensive preemptive TRPs yesterday when we were trying to take Electro to cut off reinforcements from the other 2 points.
Right.
You're just closing an avenue.
Right.
Okay, so terrain denial.
Yeah, yeah, essentially. But and again, it all depends on the objective and the mission and what the tempo of things. Because if you've got eyeballs on that advancing column or what have you, then you can be more effective with a much detailed grid reference for Savage to have, right? Rather than just say here's a TRP, have fun with it. If it hits, it hits. Right? So you're more surgical when you have eyeballs on. What I'm saying. But again, I'm just kind of describing, how we can utilize Savage. Oh shit conditions is when we got to retreat. We'll set some TRPs and close the door on anyone kind of like pushing that ball away. Yep.
So if you're running Savage specifically, you're on site, you're say attached or at least moving with infantry. How much does that how much more do you directly coordinate with the infantry? Like, how much time do you spend checking in with 1-1 and 1-2 or whatever? Like, hey,
right.
What do you think about that TRP? Or other than just advising them that, hey, it's coming. Like, how much time do you spend going what do you need? Do you think you want this, etc.?
All right. So if you're actually a tattoo man, which more often than not you will be, you'll be on short range with the team lead or the squad lead or the platoon lead, depending on where you're at. It is a seamless. It has to be a seamless communication between both. If you know where the element is going, you're communicating with that individual. You're part of that squad at this point, so you want to make sure that you're communicating effectively and saying, okay, well, we've got a potential threat here. Hey, I have Savage on station. We can utilize that if you want to. And the lead can be like, no, we're just gonna go ahead and push through it. We're good. For instance, 1-4, like, yep, no, we're good. We're good where we're at. We don't need Savage. Or hey, yeah, we need Savage. And then you start coordinating with Savage and that platoon lead. Say, hey, we're gonna start setting up some TRPs here. Make sure you keep your guys off distance. We're not going to push or something along those lines. This is part of the deconfliction that I'm talking about. It's not just for air, but also for the ground. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, as an additional, how much do you rely on others than yourself setting up TRPs for you? Will you ask other elements, hey, can you set me up some TRPs? Like you have better eyes over that crest or whatever.
Exactly. And so at that point, you have to be very trustworthy. Yeah. There's a lot of trust involved in that because you don't necessarily have eyeballs on that. So the responsibility of a forward observer is reliant on that other individual. So actually, your duties are pretty much pushed to that other individual. I typically don't like to do that unless I trust that individual 100%, and he can relay information back to me if he sees splashes or not.
I can speak specifically on 81s on this. That if you give me a 8-digit grid, I can get rounds on target, like right on warheads on foreheads. But if you give me a distance and direction, which is a polar mission, it'll be on a variance of like 10 meters. So I might miss. The splash damage might get them, but I might miss. So if you're close up on the enemy calling for a polar, it's extremely dangerous to you.
Yeah, and also speaking from someone that does Savage and has called a lot, you have to have eyes. They're not going to authorize without eyes unless it's a special
there he goes again.
thing. Like 6 is not going to authorize it unless he directly tells you hit this military target with no eyes because it's full of enemy. We did that the other night with Guerrilla Camp where he said just blow it to smithereens essentially.
Yeah.
But outside of that, eyes only. You can't call without eyes.
And a lot of times, even with those targets where we're blowing them to smithereens and we're not worried about eyes, we have eyes because we had to proc the point to make enemies there to kill.
Right.
Could you just clarify? BP, is that battle point?
Battle point.
Battle position.
That's battle position, something like that.
Yeah,
TRP is.
That is target
reference point.
Gotcha.
Target reference point?
Yeah. So like a TRP is what you would put down for Savage.
Yes. You wouldn't put that down for a demon or a reaper.
Yeah, technically TRPs are used for more hit this area. If you're going to call in something exact, you don't necessarily need a TRP mark. You just need to send in the code and wait for the splash.
And
You can also like mark a kill zone, I think.
Yes.
Like-
Getting
kill
into that
zones,
soon.
kill boxes.
Yeah, just
Uses
like
more
put a
for
box
air
there,
than-
let Savage fucking run riot.
So if you do a kill box, guys, just give a general reference point in the center, and Savage can use one of the many calculators that is out there to make a kill box and do like a 150 by 150 drop. And so yeah, just give Savage
Yeah.
something to go off of at least.
Yeah, you could also do like
Yeah.
walking fire, all that stuff.
Yep. So, Steve, anything else you got to cover?
All right, no. So I think we covered pretty much 9 blocks of instruction. That's very broad, very much, I guess, 20,000 foot view of what Siren does. So now, again, if you see us on the field, you want to jump in, we'll help you out. I'll be more than happy to jump in and help you out with any kind of questions, answers, or whatever you need. Tips and tricks I have. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. I actually have to bail out very shortly, but there's different ways that we can expedite things, make things a lot easier for Siren, for the Siren role, especially the team lead. If you're interested in that, shoot me a DM, whatever. We can chat about that. But after that, that's all I got really. Future, they're all yours. Hands-on's gonna be interesting. I wish I could be here to fly, but I suck at flying. So,
It's alright, man. I suck with the drone, so.
I suck at flying too.
And thank
All right.
you very much, Steve. This was great. Really
Oh,
appreciate
this
taking
was-
all this time and putting
this
in
was
that
awesome.
separate night.
yeah, you guys got it, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Also,
Alright, so-
before you leave, I'd just like to say I love all you Sirens.
Yay!
Yeah.
And
Like,
we love you for ISR.
As a stalker, like nothing better than like a great Siren on the ground.
Oh yeah, man.
It's and really, honestly, it's having a good relationship with pilots, Savage, the team leaders. And I think I said it earlier. Is whenever you come across negativity, it's important to help be constructive to maintain this this type of community. Like I enjoy flying with stalkers that are great. I don't think I've had any issues with any stalkers. They're fantastic. But again, it's always important as a Siren to make sure that you're doing your job to make it easier on them, Reapers, Savage, everyone involved. It's just the way it works. It makes things a lot smoother. So,
Oh yeah.
other than that, I'm out of here.
You better flop in front of me.
Thank you.
You know it.
Adios,
Thank
Steve.
you, man.
Yeah, yeah, fucking
One final flop.
collapse and yep, there he goes.
Hang entirely, buddy.
You gonna cover what?
That's Gleam, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll be covering that here with 9 lines and everything. So,
Okay.
I don't think there's enough people to, or I don't think there's enough room up on top of the tower to fit everybody.
Well, we can always use a bird.
Well, I
so what we're gonna do
up
is
there at the tower.
we're gonna get on the rooftop here, see what we can see from here real quick. Just come up here for a sec.
I need to get my kit.
Hey, Future, do you want to jump the ship control?
Ship control?
You gotta do self ace interact to get your map tools on, mate.
Right click and get distance correction in height.
Oh, are you talking about? Well, for me, I think that's alt. Are you not talking about alt?
For me, it's
maybe
just
just hold shift control and you can click
Who's on the Apache?
compass, height, and
That's just control.
Yeah, that's just control.
Of course, that's Gleam.
That's just control. Oh, I learned something new here for that one. Thank you. I'm used to doing all that shit manually. You just made my life a whole lot easier.
Doing what manually?
especially when you're savage and like someone calls something like, hey, is this too close? You just do that real quick and you're like, oh, it's under 200 meters. Sorry, I can't do shit. Oh, it's over? Cool, let's do this.
Oh yeah, you just made my life a fuck ton easier doing that.
One thing I'd like to mention, you see that fucking pizza, like cheese wheel sort of thing with some of the Apache? That is the radar. If it doesn't have that, that means that's a no radar variation. Chaps.
What can we? Did you land on the roof?
Of course you did.
Okay.
No, this was.
Oh, that's kind of my fault.
Sure, definitely.
Not your fault.
Do you
You
mind, I
you
don't wanna get
literally
on
left
when
it
we go
there.
out there. Do you think you can move that down here?
I've actually been having no problem.
There's
running
another.
over it, so.
My only concern is when we
No,
get, you know, a fat stack of people in there.
Yeah, that's another story. Also,
By the way,
moving it
guys,
with
guys,
people up there is
you
another
can
story.
get in the the tower there, like not just outside.
Yeah,
So I think you can fit in there.
It's
if
just,
you ask me.
I was literally just about to say that.
inside that little building, the glass fucks with the vectors.
It does. It's the only problem. So, we can see a couple of vehicles out here. So, you guys, does everybody have a micro dagger? And I'll wait for it.
There he is. Look at him.
You guys all have a Vec 21 as well as a micro dagger, yes? Yes. Good. Alright, sweet. So, you guys know how to utilize it's a pair by
Future mate, can I actually have yours since you know I'm running the stream? I'd like to demonstrate this to the viewers, I guess.
Just pick
Here, let me go grab him real quick. I'll be right back.
No, I just need the I just need the vector.
Bucket.
Take it all.
Okay, where's the? I'm literally looting a corpse right now. It's awesome. And the map tools.
So I can only get the
Okay.
M24 binoculars.
You can't get the
It's because of your roll.
Okay. For reference, this is a vector. Okay.
SLs can grab laser as well.
Yeah, SLs can do lasers.
SLs have access to everything.
And you're gonna want to press home to bring up your micro deck, right?
Grab that shit.
Once you guys are all good, go ahead and line up over here and just, you know, stand right in front of me. Bada bing, bada boom.
Who's in pain? Someone's.
I'm assuming most of the people here know how to utilize this, but I'm gonna cover it anyways, just for redundancy's sake. Everyone can hear me? You guys out there can hear me?
This is bearing. You hold tab for this.
Okay, so
This is ranging. Press and hold R and let go.
your Vector 2-1 paired with the micro dagger is one mighty powerful tool. You're gonna pull up your micro dagger. If you don't know the keybind by now, it is home. You press it once, it pops up in the corner. Now, before you press it again, I want you to just observe one thing. Currently, if you look around, pan around, walk around, you're going to see data's changing on that top half. That is you. That is your grid. Your exact position. Arma being Arma, right? I don't know how the fuck I managed to. Whatever. So that is your exact position in MGRS.
See that?
Elevation. Where
What is
you are
MGRS?
looking. It's what is
It's
that?
the-
It's
the
a
military grid.
what's
That's
the
the grid
fucking- Yeah,
reference
there we go.
system.
Thank you. Military grid
Thank you.
reference. Yeah.
I'm
So-
not an American. I'm not a soldier.
Just think it's a really accurate form of pinpointing
on
shit.
crack.
It can get accuracy. I think is what is it? Glass 1 meter,
Yeah,
3
the
feet.
Within 1
1
meter,
meter.
yeah,
10
digits is
one
within
meter.
1
And yeah,
meter.
10 digits gets you within 3 feet of accuracy. So that's pretty bang accurate from orbit, right? Now you're gonna press it again, and if you have a Vector 2-1, perfect. You're gonna click on the time on top. You're gonna press home till the micro dagger is huge as shit on your screen. We're talking absolutely ginormous. You can't see anything except for this thing. You're gonna click the time. You're gonna click connect to. If you've done everything right, you should have what looks like a. I like to call it the dandelion. For others, they call it, you know, the actual laser. Whatever. It looks like you have a dandelion to the left of the time now.
Yep.
Press home again. Bring it back down to the bottom right of your screen. Now, pull out your micro dagger,
Now's
or
the
pull out
fun
your
part.
vector. So we can see a couple of targets from here. And Glass, you said you wrote down the.
Yeah, I marked them all on the map.
Good. So, do you guys, if you all look direct north here, do y'all see that's Wambulance out there?
Yes, indeed.
All right, sweet. So now we're gonna get into the keybinds here that make the vector dagger combo
It's
so
a
powerful.
little tricky. But what you
It's a
wanna
little
do
tricky.
is you want to press and hold tab, and the second you see that bearing pop up, hold R until you
Hang on.
also get a red circle.
Oh, there it
So
is.
press tab and R at the same time.
Yeah, you've got 2 tab Rs.
Yes.
You've got short tab R and you've got long. Long, if you do long, you're gonna get a 1P and you're doing something different.
Yeah, it's tricky on the timing, so you got to get it right. But it is going to be holding both, but you want to do it in a way where you see the bearing and then you see the red circle around your reticle. Once you have that, you let go.
Glassjaw, could you once again, just you, nobody else talking, say step by step exactly what we're doing?
All right. You're gonna, as you're aiming each target, you're gonna tap tab, and the second you see that bearing pop up, hold R. You should also have a red circle around your reticle. Once you have both of those there, you're gonna let go of both tab and R, and it should show you bearing and distance.
I got 4 degrees, 538
Good job, Archie.
meters.
Now, if you got both of those on your vector, which showing you bearing and distance, exit your vectors and look at your micro dagger.
Ethos, you just stood right in front of me.
My bad.
Thanks, bud.
This is what we were looking at. This is the 10-digit grid of that ambulance. This is the elevation.
You're gonna see the red cross on it.
This is the range.
Oh, I see it.
Yep, basically direct north. If you do everything right, guys, you get bearing from you to wherever your aim point is. Press R, boom. You should have bearing as well as that red box.
Yep.
Release. On the right, another number pops up. That is range in meters.
Now, once
I
you have
have
both of those,
72 mils.
mils.
You have mils.
Are you? Oh, you don't do mils?
Oh, you're not. You're. Pull out your vector, bro. Do you have one? Do you need mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Angular unit.
He got it the first time. He got it already.
Yeah.
If it is mils, let me show you again. You hit the time, settings, and then degrees instead of mils. All right. You mainly use
What I
degrees.
was saying was I was reading the mic diagram.
Targeting should always be in degrees.
You mean that
Mils will
NSL?
go into for Artie,
No,
and that's
mils,
for us
you can-
to
it's
do.
a setting.
Okay, so that's
You can change it from degrees to mils. Again, if you just make your home micro dagger full screen and the time go through settings, you can change degrees to mils, vice versa.
Okay, well we use degrees because that's the
Oh, you
default.
use,
I think.
okay.
Wait,
So
why
I'll
do you
ch-
guys
We're using degrees right now.
I'll change
Because
it
it's
back.
the default, and you can't expect all the pilots to have switched it over.
I got
Yeah.
you. Mills are just more accurate. That's all I asked.
I get that, but I didn't even know that was an option. So I mean, that's why we just use the default.
No, yeah, we're using degrees here.
I just know in the mortar fire it asks for the direction in Mills.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can ask. You can then have us change
Yeah, I
that
was gonna say,
if need
yeah.
be. But
If you need mills, just let me
all
know.
your
We'll-
all your
I'll get
CAD
that.
is going
If
to be on
I
degrees.
see you guys a Siren, I'll be like, hey, I need
Yep.
it in Mills.
Here you
so I
go.
can get the
This
target
is your
down
mills,
faster.
chaps.
Give it to me in Mills.
Now, how to change the micro dagger to mils? I can explain it real easy.
Oh, he
Yep,
actually-
mils for
oh,
savage,
we make it
degrees for air.
settings and everything.
Finally.
Yep.
Where is he?
I don't know, but he just showed up as demon too.
Yeah, perfect. Apparently he heard us. Yeah, so as you see in the chat there, mils for savage, degree for air.
I'm down here, but I've also got a child with me. So, yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, I see you. Okay. Hey.
Oh,
Come up.
An Arma child or an actual child?
Okay, so we did the thing, and now the data is visible in our micro dagger down in
Get
the
the get up here.
So on the bottom half of your micro dagger now, you guys are gonna see a whole bunch of new data. I'm gonna try not to cuss because I don't know if your kid can hear me now. So a whole a buttload of new data there.
Now,
You
first
got-
things
and-
first to note about this data is that this data is related to where you are standing when you acquired it. So if you move, it slightly changes.
Yeah. So boom. If I were to step over here, the bearing and the range has just changed.
Yep.
I'll walk over here. Just again.
Yeah, so make
And as
note
you
of that
see,
if you target something and then move, you may have to retarget it to get a better bearing.
it gets its accuracy for the bearing is down to 1/10 of a degree. You get a point something, point x variable, right? Walk around, try that out, and left or right. Range will change, all that good stuff. Now, when you're calling in, you know, say you were to call in a GPS guided munition, you'd want to give them, at least for a JDAM, you'd want to give the full 10 digits from that MGRS. And we're saying 10 digits because there's 5 each pack of numbers there, right? If you wanted to get an idea of
where on the map that 10-digit is. You read the first 3 numbers from each side there. So the ambulance is out at 030031, and if I look on the map, 030031, there it is.
Okay, your first 3s are east to west, and your second 3s are north south. By the way.
Yep.
Which we've mentioned 6, 8, and 10 digits. How you get the 6 and 8 is by looking at that 10 and just knocking the appropriate amount of numbers off of each batch. If you need a 6, you take the first 3 from either. If you need an 8, you take the first 4 from either.
Yeah.
And also, heads up, anyone gives you grids and you go to mark it in your dagger, if you know how to do that, it's only going to work in 6. Because that's how ARMA is.
Yeah. ARMA's default map is 6 digit.
So, now we're going to get into what, we're at least for close air or blended air support, what a 9-line is. So everybody here has pen and paper, I don't know, like a Google Doc, something, if you're really fancy. Everybody ready to write some shit down?
Hey, real quick,
Sorry,
did
sorry,
they fix the 9 lines in game? I know we've had issues with that since Iraq.
I wasn't here for Iraq, so I wouldn't know what the issue was in Iraq.
It just wouldn't load in properly. I don't know if anyone said they ever fixed it, the 9-line mod.
I never heard anything about a fix. I've been doing Siren for a little bit now. I haven't since the last map. I haven't heard nothing about a fix though. Now.
I don't even know about the 9-line mod itself. I think we're just using 9 lines to call out, and the pilots are using the data.
Yeah. So I know the A10, for example, it can actually plug in that data, and Ryan should be here. Yeah. Or where is he? Wherever he went.
The tallest one up.
There you go. Yeah. So Ryan, correct. The A10 can plug in, you know, the data that I feed you, right? Oh.
Yep, we can do it for GPS as well. So basically, you open up the GPS interface, type in the grid, and then it's going to put a mark down on the map, and then it's just compare that mark with what I'm seeing from the sky, and then what the actual map mark is showing me.
Yeah. So, everybody grab your writing utensil, whether it's your keyboard, your pen, your pencil, and get ready to write some things down. Flip to a new page of your notebook if you have to, because this is a lot of data.
Wish there was a command to make the training server day.
Yeah, I wish I could.
Hey, I'm looking through the Discord. Someone put some stuff. I'll throw it down farther down with all the 9 lines if they would want to have a visual reference.
Yeah, last time we were doing this, someone posted.
I can also throw the Vector Bino ACE reference page in Discord if you guys want. There's actually a lot of functions you can get out of it. It's really useful.
Someone posted a little YouTube video teaching the connectivity of those, and that's actually how I used to use them. Learned how to use them before I even touched Siren.
Yeah,
I use them as
using
FTL and SL and shit because they're handy.
Yeah, I use them for ranging and bearings, and I've been using that. You can get the P thing, right? The range and bearing from one point to another.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the
But
one point to another point.
This like the stuff you showed me now. I mean, this is sexy. I like this a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, now, and this is something you have access to in your SL and FTL kits. So technically, you can have your fire team leads running around with these vectors and micro dagger and set, marking 10 digits to send to Siren if you need fire missions as well. Now that you know this.
This is going to help so much with just regular markings on map. Just this little bit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, potentials like infinite.
Yeah, I put the Discord, the CAS quick reference sheet up in Discord at the bottom of the air chat if you guys want to look at that.
Alright, thanks.
And it just, you can't fill it out unless you want to do something with it, but at least it's a reference for you guys.
So, getting into, trying to light this area a little bit better. So getting into 9 lines themselves, at least for air support. Everybody's on a new page, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright. Stop me if you need to. I'll breaks in between each line. It's a lot of information. So we're going to start with line 1. That's your IP name. And Deceive covered IPs, BPs, HPs, all that good stuff. So you guys all know what an IP is, right?
And that could also be an HP or BP. It's just where you're starting from.
Yeah. So line 1. Yep.
IP is.
What's up?
What's IP?
Initial point, ingress point.
Initial point.
All synonymous for the same thing. It's where your fixed wing is coming through to target.
Okay.
Oh, someone there.
Is that only for fixed wing?
Only, well,
Yes
you adjust
and
it
no.
for Demon, because Demon, you don't, there are not many situations where you'll have Demon fly through an IP to a target, unless, you're routing them through a valley. I've done that once or twice, but more often than not, the full 9 line is for fixed wing. It's fixed wing
And this is the 9 line is mainly for cast, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Savage just is a 2 line, basically.
There is a 9 line for medevac as well.
And there's a call for fire for Savage.
Yeah, there's a call for fire for Savage as well. There's a 9 line for medevac, but
I've done a lot of medevacs, never used 9 lines.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard enough getting medevac to even touch base.
Yeah.
Depending on who's running it.
For a 9-line, why would you be setting up an IP for a fixed wing? Fixed wing's not touching down.
Yeah,
IP is where they're starting the run from. It's the initiation of their run.
It's like their turn point. If that makes sense, right?
Gotcha.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's where at that
from
point
the
they're
IP
committed
is
to the
where
attack.
They're headed towards the target.
So somewhere from the FOB base.
Yeah, so
barrier.
if you zoom out on the map here, like way out, we're talking where you're getting a 2-digit grid. It's not even a grid, really, but you're zoomed way out and you can see off the map. I've marked a couple of things out there. We've got, this is just for a later scenario where we just run through a practice call. Mother is the carrier. The racetrack happens in this box. We've got 2 F-18s, a flight of 4 F-15s, and we've got multiple IPs for these guys to route through towards the target. We'll cover all of that.
Racetrack is where fixed wings loiter, by the way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
They're just running what looks like a racetrack pattern. So, line 2 is going to be your heading from IP to target.
From IP to target.
From IP to target, yes.
While you run them through this, I'm actually going to write up a couple examples.
Okay. Yeah, sure, go for it. Line 3 is distance from IP to target. Now, real world, this would be given in nautical miles. ARMA is funky, and they like the metric system, so we got to give it in clicks, really, kilometers.
Good.
Okay, what is it again? Line 3?
Yeah, line 3 is distance from IP to target.
So the heading is an azimuth.
Yeah, so yes. Heading in, if you have your map tool out on your map here, simple way to figure that out. Bada bing, bada boom. I've done it manually, so I usually just put the crosshair for the map tool or the compass there, bang on, and just line it all up, line it onto the target.
You put it bang on what?
I put it bang on the IP, from IP to target. So I put the compass crosshair on
So
the
if
IP.
you go to your map and you use a self-ace interact, you can pull out your map tools, right? You want the small ones. That's what he's talking about. You put the dot in the map tool over your IP.
Yeah.
This is 120 bearing.
Control right click.
Yeah, I was gonna say the control right click because you really just opened my fucking eyes. Shit, he's got a dot. You really opened my eyes with that one. Makes it a lot easier.
Now you want to
of all
orientate
people
it
taught me
north
that
all
last
the
night,
time.
actually.
Sorry, what'd you say, Archie?
You want the compass orientated to north.
No,
always.
not always.
No.
You want the compass pointed towards your target.
To
So
the target, so it's
Alt click to rotate
what
your
was the name of the guy
map
who
tool.
was it Oki?
Yeah, it's okay.
It was okay. Yeah, so Oki just opened my mind's eye for this one. If you control right click on the map, just do it. I'd do it right over IP jack here, off to the northwest actually. Then I click compass. Suddenly, as I pan around with my mouse, I've got a crosshair pointing right out to whatever I'm targeting. So LAV1, boom, I know all the way down to 1/100th of a degree of accuracy here. It's 122.12. That's Jesus. That is really accurate. Wow. Thank you, Hoki.
right? This is more useful than the map tool. Shit.
Yes, it is.
How did you
I think this was an
how do you
addition
bring that up
last
again,
map, by the way.
gents?
I haven't seen that.
Control
right click.
Yep, control right click.
I thought that this was what people referred to with the map tools. I thought that the map tool, having it in your inventory,
Not really
was
working for me.
what enabled that function.
So I don't know when this got added because I noticed it last map on Ryak. It
Yeah,
might be
right.
the new Ace update that came a while ago.
Okay.
Maybe. Don't quote me on
Makes sense why I'd never heard of it, because I'm used to doing it with the physical tool itself right on your map.
Same, and that takes a little bit more time.
Yeah, it takes a couple extra. That's really good though.
Now, one thing to note is this is giving me distance in mils, not clicks.
Hang on, let me bring that back up and see something.
If you're talking about the compass, the number
That's
on
giving
your
you.
left,
That's giving you.
that's
So the comp.
degrees,
Yeah,
and
that's.
the number on your right is mils.
Yeah.
You lost me.
Okay, so on your map, right? Go over to IP Jack. You should see it out off the map to the west northwest.
Yep, I see it.
You're going to control right click, hang on Jack. You're going to get that little overlay pop up, and you're going to click this.
When I do control right click, nothing happens.
Yeah.
Try. I know someone said shift control right click.
Nope, not working.
Fubar, do you currently have map tools in your inventory?
Of
That would
course.
answer that way.
Yes.
Because I'm
Control
wondering
win.
if it's a mechanic like that. You see what I'm saying?
Give me a sec.
Control
I get it
window.
on regular infantry. I know it doesn't work with.
Wait, where in your inventory is it? Because I think it has to be on your person. Or in your
Fuck's
vest.
sake.
I don't think if it's in your backpack.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I've got mine in my uniform.
Never mind, mine's in my back and it works. I'm wrong.
Or have you brought map tool up with Ace Interact onto the map?
Nope.
I've seen what you were talking about, but I don't remember how to get that up.
Control window. Map tools.
I'm not talking about map tools, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, we're talking about the right control right click function.
Yeah, so I'm asking whether perhaps it might be related to having the map tool out on the map. That you can only do it when the map tool is lying on the map. Maybe.
Negative.
This is hokey. Mine's not out and it works.
Okay.
Pretty sure the guy who taught me about it last night didn't even know about map tools, so...
Yeah, but probably not.
It's starting to piss me off that I can't fucking use it. Never mind, keep going. I can get Future to explain this to me later.
So, what was the line we just left off at? 3?
IP and getting fucking...
3 is distance to IP from IP to target. In Arma, we're going to give that in clicks, so everybody knows how to convert, 1,000 meters to a kilometer, right? It's exactly as that. 1,000 meters is 1 kilometer.
Yeah, 1,000
So,
meters.
line 4, target elevation. Now, I like to stress this with everybody who is writing this information down. You read each digit sequentially. So if you have something that's 1,378 feet up, you're going to read that as 1,378 feet. And you're going to specify the unit of elevation there. Now, like I said, ARM is really weird. Base game, as you see if you pan around the map, you'll see things in meters. So just remember, 1 meter roughly equals 3 feet. If you need to do some quick math, you do the math there.
4 was.
So do we give it in meters or feet?
You give it in feet. Always give it in feet.
Should be meters.
You want it in meters? Or are you
For
saying
Arma's sake, in meters? For real life's sake, it's in feet, because they'll use feet.
Yeah.
Jesus, wait, seriously? Seriously? The US military actually uses feet?
No, we use meters.
Yeah.
100% we use meters.
Right? I thought
Yep.
everyone used SA units,
Yeah,
right?
military is like the one place where everything is uniform with the rest of the world. It's the rest of the military that we're all fucked up.
Yeah, no, military and science. Yeah, SA units, right?
It's because of NATO.
Yeah, NATO.
That's NATO compatibility right there. So we gotta
Yeah,
use.
but
We gotta
NASA
do.
and everyone.
We have to do our elevation in feet. I don't make the rules, bro. I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot me, please.
Repeat.
Wait,
Four.
You
Four
keep
is.
saying we have to do our elevation in feet. Are you serious or are you joking?
Your elevation's going to be done in feet. Yes.
So the
If
fact
you're calling a
that
9 line, if you're calling a 9 line for air support, your elevation will be
It's
done.
it's because of the way Arma works in this sense.
Wait, if I'm calling in CAS in ARMA, I'm going to be telling the pilot elevation in feet.
Yes, like that.
Yes.
That target
Meters,
is
like it says on the map.
38
Right.
feet.
yeah, 38 feet.
You will give it to them in feet.
It's
M-
weird.
MSL is mean sea level.
Yes, actually.
Don't worry about saying the elevation unit of measure because it's gonna automatically pick up in your GPS and or your when you put in the elevation.
Realistically, as long as you just say the elevation at the right time, you don't even have to say feet. You just say the number. They
just
know
say
what
the
you're
number.
saying.
So
Like-
that number in my microdata right now, that's in feet.
That's in feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's in feet. Yep.
Because when I hover my
weird.
mouse over the map and get the 6 digits, I'm getting an elevation in meters.
Yes.
This game is
Arma's
weird.
It's an ARMA thing. Don't worry about it. Just give the elevation.
ARMA
Just
is
type
ARMA,
the
yeah.
numbers.
What is
All you're
MSL
worried
again?
The CAS
Sorry,
computers work the same.
MSL is mean sea level.
Okay.
So yeah, just how far above sea level it is, not AGL.
So repeat.
It's weird.
Elevation of target.
Okay, it was just that.
Yeah. And you read each digit sequentially, and you know.
Like in this case, that one's 38 feet. You would say 38 feet.
It's really weird, but there are not going to be many situations where you're calling for air support and you have to convert. So if that's a concern for some of you guys, don't worry about it.
All right.
It weirded me out. I really thought that you were just being like sarcastic or silly.
No, I'm not fucking with you.
Okay,
No.
sorry. I'm good. I'm good.
Line 5 is your target type.
Line 5, target type.
Yep. Main battle tank, infantry, static emplacement, etc. You can get a little
Light
more
armored
specific.
vehicle, etc. Like I just got these guys marked out there as light armored vehicles right now.
Yeah. You can get very specific and say, hey, we've got a T-72 at this intersection on this road. So the pilot can identify the silhouette of that T-72 on that road and confirm they're looking at the right target. But just all you need to know is generally most pilots in ARMA here. Remember, we got to transfer things from how they're supposed to be done to how they generally how it's going to be easier in ARMA. So,
So this
don't have
is
to
our
be super
format, not just for med pickup like a normal 9-line. This is for like targeting.
This is the CAS 9-line.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, lives are at stake,
I will not be giving you a medevac 9-line.
Yeah,
Nobody
as
ever uses
Siren,
it.
we don't say when we say CAS, we're thinking air support. We're not thinking casualties.
Alright, I missed the CAS part. When I hear 9-line, I'm thinking med, but my bad.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I will not be covering medevac 9-line. It's never used, and I don't think anyone even knows it. So not trying to shit on
pretty
people,
easy to
but-
know.
Yeah, it's easy to know, but most of
They wear the
I have-
t-shirts, but they don't know what the fuck it means.
yeah. I have my own grievances with it, but no, I'm not going to voice them. So, yep, that's line 5. Line 6 is target location in MGRS.
Which is a fancy way of saying that 10-digit grid code.
Yep.
Target location and
In MGRS.
sorry. Is that an abbreviation that starts with the letter N, or are you saying in as in inside?
No, it's
Military
in.
grid
Oh,
system.
yeah. The location in the MGRS system.
Aha, within the MGRS system.
Yes.
So, for example, this one would be 0 tree 0050 tree 19 or 7.
And now
That's
that
the
might
MGR.
be slightly. Those last 2 digits might be different from yours. But again, that's because 10 digits are super accurate, and it depends on what part of the vehicle you're looking at, what angle you're standing at, etc.
Yeah.
long as the
Yeah.
first 4 match up, it's the same target you're looking at probably.
Now, if you look at your micro dagger, at the bottom there's a LE letter, and then the coordinates.
Don't
The
worry about
LE
LE.
is the name of the map.
Don't worry about LE.
Yeah,
in
don't
Arma.
don't,
LE
don't
is not
stress
important.
LE in Arma because there's never that's the what is that the 100K?
Right.
Yeah, that's a real life thing. Don't worry
And
about it.
MGRS once
don't
again
worry
says
about that.
military grid reference system, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or as I like to call it, all that shit in the micro dagger.
Pretty much, right? Yeah. Then you've got. Oh wait, are you guys ready for line 7? Let me ask that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sweet. So line 7's the type of mark. I mean mark. I mean how are you marking your target? Whether it's with a laser, and if you're marking with a laser, you'd give a code. Whether it is with gunfire, so you'd say reference tracers. Whether you are using smoke, or whether you are using an IR pointer, which is just that fancy
IR
box
pointer
right on top.
is that's your PEC 15s. That's your using your rifle, turning on your nod laser and pointing.
Oh yeah, the safe.
Extremely useful if you have something that's using like little bird guns inside the city.
Yeah.
You put that on the side of a building, and he sees clear as day where you're trying to reference. There's no mark on the map. Anything you can tell him, that's going to be better than that.
Oh, don't forget the color of the smoke.
Yes. You
Yeah,
want to
colored
specify the
smoke,
color of
etc.
smoke.
Which smoke colors actually have a system, by the way, if any of you know. Yellow is typically used for air, landing zones, etc. Red to mark enemies, green to mark friendlies, and purple for medical emergencies.
But of course, we absolutely cannot
Yeah, we
rely
kind
on
of just
that.
rainbow
nobody
toss that
uses
shit
it.
all the time.
You're gonna
so.
realize if you saddle in a Siren, you're gonna realize there are a lot of people who don't necessarily know information that you're going to know. Now, the objective is to make sure everybody eventually understands all of this information.
But it's still good. You see those smokes to check depending on color. Like if I see purple, I'm typically gonna try and get a medic to go check them out.
Yeah.
Right.
Also remember, the enemy never throws color smoke. It's
Precisely.
always white.
Yes,
It's always
they
white
do.
smoke.
Yes, they do. Russians
No.
throw orange smoke all the time.
They have been?
Yes,
actually,
they do.
yes, they
All the
have been
time.
on this map. Orange smoke.
On
Yeah,
Trinar?
orange.
Okay.
It's different
They
than our
did on
yellow,
Al
so
Rayak
it
as well.
does stand out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's different from all our colors, but they absolutely do throw
Yeah,
orange smoke.
now thinking about it, I have seen that a lot actually.
Do we even have access to orange smoke? I don't think we do.
No, we
No,
don't.
it is
Yeah, that's
distinct
why.
from all
Yeah.
of
I have a quick question on the laser and code. So, are there like different frequencies for different kinds of lasers?
I mean, technically yes, but Arma again.
Hang on. Before we get into all of the laser codes and stuff, let's finish out that, and then we'll go back and check over things like that because that requires a little more time to saddle in for. So, you guys ready for line 8?
Yep.
Location of friendlies. Now, here's the fun part. You give that in meters, as well as the cardinal direction.
And that's from the target.
Meters from the target and the cardinal direction. You're gonna say, friendlies. What is that? 530 meters to the southeast, southwest, whatever.
Direction from where the plane is coming from?
No,
from the
direction
target.
from the target.
From the
plane
target.
is attacking.
And
Location of friendlies from target.
That way they know where the friendlies are and don't accidentally shoot towards them.
Yeah, you usually want to have friendlies in the foreground, not the background. So.
And that's when you'd set your IB in a perpendicular manner.
Yes.
Yes, left to right is the
pattern works.
best,
It's
not
essentially the
front
same
to back.
principle.
Okay, so just to make clear, location of friendlies in meters and direction from target.
Yes, from target.
So, like, if we're targeting that ambulance out there, friendlies are 530 meters south, roughly.
And then for direction, do you give just general directions, or
you give it cardinally, so you're not getting into the actual digits themselves. You're just saying south, because at least in the real world, if a pilot's looking on their MFD with their whatever optical sensor they're using at the time, it's got a compass right on the corner. I don't know, Ryan. You can confirm if the A10
That
has
technically the bearing is going to change depending on where they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's got they've got northern compasses built into the sensor suite.
It's essentially a 3D floating arrow that points north, but when you're inside a camera, however many feet in the air, it fucking gets very confusing.
Yeah, it does get a little disorienting, but it generally points in certain directions for things. Good way to just get that quick cardinal snap over there and see what you got to see. So, the final line, the 9th line, is your egress, and you give that in cardinal as well. You're not given exact headings.
Egress. How you spell that? E-G?
E-G-R-E-S-S.
Egress. And that's the exit of the plane.
Yep.
Yes.
That's its exit route.
IP is for ingress point, basically. And egress is exit point.
Yes. Except you won't mark an actual. There's no EP.
Yeah, you don't
So
mark
you're just gonna
egress.
tell
Yeah,
him,
you
like-
just tell him that
so-
time he's running it.
Say where the target is, you've got enemy anti-air to the north by like 2 clicks. You don't want them egressing to the north, you want to egress to the south, maybe to the east, so that they're not going directly over anti-air assets.
Yeah, so you tell them to egress east southeast.
And this is in cardinal?
Cardinal.
Yeah, just cardinal direction.
So, if you've directed specifically like Reaper to attack a point, and I know that I'm asking a very situational question here, but basically, if there are threats along the attack path past it, and it's very important that as soon as the gun run is done, Reaper pulls off, ideally in so much as he can, coming back the way he came. Do you add additional stuff? Because like he can't do a 180, obviously. So you might say, egress. So
Right.
let's say he's going south to north.
That's actually
you
the
say
next
egress
line.
west. Do you ever give him additional stuff like egress west, follow then turning south or something like that?
Yeah, he's about to. That's the next line, actually.
Yeah. So
Oh,
there's I always like to. I lied, by the way. There's not just 9 lines. If you want to be real technical, you can consider these 2 extra lines. They are just 2 other things. So you're gonna write down now or type down whatever marks as well as restrictions. They're 2 separate things.
Okay.
So line 10 would be remarks, and then line 11 would be restrictions?
These aren't lines. They're
Yeah,
called remark and restriction. They're not line 10 and
10 and 11, call them remarks and restrictions, and we're going to tell you what those mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be real technical about it, at the end of line 9, you're going to say when ready for remarks.
Yeah, advise when ready for remarks, and then because they're probably writing all this shit down on the side of their cockpit there, and then ready for remarks. Yeah. So your remarks are things like ordnance type, threats, hazards to pilot. Those are the essential ones. Those are just the need to know ones.
So this is where, like, if you want him to drop a bomb and not make a gun run, you tell him ordnance type JDAM.
Say,
Sorry, could you run those by me again? I was writing down the advice when ready for remarks.
ordnance type, threat, hazards to pilot. There's a difference between those last 2.
So hang on.
Things like
What?
AA and such.
Wait, threats and hazards to pilots. The hell's the difference?
Yeah.
So hazards to pilot would be a high G turn, for example.
Not necessarily that. It'd be. So let's say, okay, we'll take your situation where, let's say they're ingressing via jack, right? IP jack way out there, and let's just say out towards, what is that? LZ. Whoever marked that LZ10 on the map there. Let's say there is a. Let's think. A man. Yeah, let's say there's a Shilka indefinitely. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. So the difference, that right there, that Shilka is a threat. Now let's say, even though it's not here on the map, let's say out north, we've got Mount fucking Everest. Boom, it's right there. That's a hazard to the pilot.
Oh right, hazard to the pilot is basically
Terrain
environment,
and
threat
weather.
is AA and such.
Threat
Weather
would
doesn't
be
really
shit
affect us
that can
too much
shoot
here,
him
but
down. Hazards are gonna be things that we gotta make sure this guy doesn't smack into.
Oh right, power lines, mountains,
power
all
lines,
that good stuff.
buildings, terrain, weather, if it's
Like
an
if we have
issue.
the Burj Khalifa to the north of our target, you know, we gotta let him know, hey, there is a crazy tall skyscraper right next to you. Obviously not like that, but we'd transmit, we'd get that message across to him. And then there are let me know when you guys are done with that one.
Yeah.
And then there are restrictions, which are final attack heading, time on target, slash, not splash, slash time to target, and danger close.
Hold on. So say the final attack heading.
Yep. Then you have time on target, slash time to target.
Will you run through those one more time?
Yep. So it's final attack heading and then time on target, slash time to target.
Time on target and time to target.
Yes.
Slash time to target.
Slash
and,
time to target.
And danger close is the next one?
Yep, danger close is that final one.
Love them danger close runs.
Mm-hmm.
Spicy.
Oh yeah. Now, for lines 1, 2, and 3, you're just gonna, do a little square bracket out and connect it to something called overhead, from the overhead. I'll explain what that means after.
Hey, Glass.
Yo.
Hey, I've got an MFP set up, and I can do a call for like if y'all want to do a call for fire and practice with mortars.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely do that too, because I know that's part of Siren.
Right. I know y'all are in like a cast fire mission right now. So.
Well, it's just that with 9 lines and everything, there's so much more to get written down and learn there. Whereas with Savage, it's a lot simpler with the codes and everything.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm ready. I just want to let you know.
Gotcha. Yep.
And then for lines 4, 6, 8, and your R&R, so we're back in restrictions. Again, 4, 6, 8, R&R, write down next to them, read back.
Because those are the lines that your asset has to read back to you.
What was it again? 4, 6?
4, 6, 8, and those R&Rs. So remarks and restrictions. Those have to be read back if you give them.
And what was 1 and 2?
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. You put next to those from the overhead. You can connect those all into one, because if you were to give an overhead call, you'd say 1, 2, 3 from the overhead. And that's the only situation you would specify the line you were talking about, really.
So what the pilot's asking from overhead?
Yeah, so an overhead call is just wherever the pilot is at that point in time, that they are around IP jack, whether they are race tracking. That's just the overhead call is letting them know, hey, from wherever you are, whatever the heading is to the target, whatever the distance is from that point.
At that point, it's theirs to determine. You just got to get them on that target.
Yeah. So for armor's sake, say lines, or you would say 1, 2, 3 from the overhead. Real world, you just go overhead and then you continue on. We all clear on what lines need to be read back?
Yep.
4, 6, and R&R.
4, 6, 8, and R&R.
Yep, 4, 6, 8, R&R.
Oh, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, if you give them the location of friendly, you definitely want them clarifying they know where they are.
So every time a siren gives a 9-line to a pilot, the pilot will respond with target elevation in feet, target location, and in MGRS, so the 10 digit, as well as the location of friendlies relative to the target, from the target. Is that correct?
Yes.
Plus remarks and restrictions.
A lot of the pilots here will actually like read back the whole thing to you, surprisingly. So, but yes, those are the ones they have to read back at least.
Gotcha.
If you don't hear those back, check after a minute, check back in with your pilot, make sure everything's okay, they got their systems good.
Is there a standard request for that kind of a readback?
You just once they're finished, then they'd go for the readback.
Gotcha.
And whether you need to specify something else or not, you'd say either readback correct, continue on, or you would continue on with whatever you gotta say, or you would go back and you wouldn't say correction to this line or correction to this. You would just read back that line. Just go back and read that line again and emphasize whatever it is that they messed up on. So if they say, elevation 5 8 feet, you'd say elevation 3 8 feet.
Okay.
That's why the readback's there, so that if they do mistake those very important numbers, you can correct them.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now there's one additional thing. For line 1, you can do what's called a hasty IP. You'd say IP hasty. And following that, you'd have to give a plot in MGRS on wherever that IP is. But hasty is a situation where, let's say, neither IP jack nor rum suffice. You're in contact. You just need them to get an IP real quick. So you'd say hasty, vomit out a bunch of numbers to them. So the pilot themselves are actually plugging in this waypoint for themselves, and they're going to use
054034.
You would
That's just a quick 6-digit one.
You would get them into a quick IP, and they'd go off of that.
We're gonna practice actually doing all this, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
We got targets out there. We got pilots.
We've got a Reaper here. We've got demons. Hey, Glam, you still there?
I think he just fell asleep.
Got real comfortable over there.
So I've actually got a sample 9-line written up if you guys want to hear what it would sound like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Alright.
hang on. One last thing.
Yep.
Type of control. There's 3 types.
Oh yeah, Deceive mentioned this earlier. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3.
Yeah.
This is, I'm drawing a line under all the things I've written down. This is now a new paragraph. Yes?
This is now a new
Yes,
thing.
yes, new thing. New thing, but important to know before
Types
doing this
of
thing.
control.
1,
Type
2, 3. 3
Type
types.
Type what?
Type of control.
Type of control.
Type control. Now, I'm gonna keep it real simple. It's nice. I'd call it like a pseudo nursery rhyme sort of thing. Deceived used it once, and I've been using it ever since because it works much better than what I'd say. So, type 1 is I see both. Means you see both of the aircraft you're commanding, or aircraft you're talking with, as well as the target. Type 2 is I see one. I either see one or the other. Type 3, I see none. That's where you just mark on the map. Hey, we've got a kill box out here. Go hunting. Have fun. Anything in there is hostile.
Type
So
2
when
and
I
Type
say
3
I
are
see
Savage's field day.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what's up, Archie?
Okay, question.
Yeah.
When I say I see both, that means I see friendly and foe.
You're
Yes,
seeing aircraft that you're talking to, as well as the target.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So
you have
those are
eyes on the
situations where,
asset you're tasking and the target you're tasking them on.
Let's say we've got a Reaper who's in a very close orbit for some reason. He's real close in, and the target is a click that way. I could see all the way out there. I look over my shoulder. I could see the pilot. So that'd be a Type 1. The specifics of Type 2 would be
Just
like
now
you
high
can't
view
see.
distance for this roll.
Yeah, the specifics of Type 2 is more so around I can't see the pilot at all, or I can't see the pilot on weapons release. But deceive, that's actually, it works here in ARM as well. I just see one.
So type 2, you're basically just saying you only see the target.
Pretty much. You
In
cannot
most
confirm
cases,
weapons
yeah.
release from the pilot. With Type 1, you can watch the pilot do their whole entire thing, their ingress, their weapons release, their egress, and back on the wheel. You can see all of that. Type 2, you can't really see much of that. You can only see the target.
In Type 3, you don't see shit. You
don't
just
see shit.
send in someone hunting.
That's like, we spawn in at 5, we know there's a fuck ton of enemies out here, and it's like, okay. Boop, boop,
Go
boop,
ham.
Kill box, have fun.
That's how a lot of battle groups do that.
Yeah, mate, he's a battle group. Fucks you up.
So Type 2 is one or the other, you said, right?
Yeah, one
so
or
it
the
could
other.
be a situation where I'm standing here and there's a hill over there to my north, and I know there's an MBT behind that hill because one called it in, and Demon happens to be hovering over there. So I do see Demon, but I'm not seeing his target. And that is
Right.
also a Type 2 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we more often than not run into situations where we see the target, not our asset, but it
I
can
see,
happen the opposite.
Right.
So, in the only time, and I've had a thing where some pilots like to request a BDA after, they do whatever, and I'm like, brother, I can't see the target, sorry.
What does it do?
The battle damage assessment. So he's asking for, basically, did my bomb do good? Did bomb good? Yes, no? That's basically BDA.
And guys, heads up, this map, there's a lot of trees, so your BDAs are going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If you don't have
the only
ISR, that is.
Yeah, so the only time you're really going to be giving a BDA is if you're in a Type 1, where you can see everything. If you
Also,
have the target
question.
And it's a Type 2, then you can give a BDA as well. Yep.
Example, you call in the fire, yeah? But there's ISR going. Can you ask BDA from the ISR?
Yes.
I've especially with Savage missions before, again, like I said, if I'm not necessarily good eyes on Splash, but I can see it in the distance and I see that 1-2 is right on top of it, I'll get on 1-2's short range and be like, can you guys advise on Splash? This is Siren, how good was that? Do I need to adjust? What?
Man, I chose the wrong MOS.
MOS.
Yeah, it's military for basically what your job is.
What job is?
Military occupational specialty.
Yep.
Military operational specialty. Thank you.
Occupational.
Occupation, right. So
Is my
something
job
like
a pilot?
janitor.
Is my job an infantryman? Is my job a mechanic, etc.? It's every single role is an MOS.
I'm a 92 golf.
Even the infantrymen are technically an MOS. It's just their role is to go out and die.
911 Charlies.
That's true. Not
It
on
depends on
Charlies.
what you're doing. If you're rocking a handheld 60.
So
that was my MOS, 11 Charlie.
Mine was 05 Charlie.
That's just military code.
Radio teletype.
Was.
Yeah, no, I am, believe it or not, I am intelligent enough to infer that from context.
Yeah, so
I realize I'm surrounded by no
There's
simpletons.
so many of those number codes and letter
Don't
codes.
even
It's hard
get
to
into
track them
freaking
all.
the Marines. I don't know what the shit any of those numbers mean.
Navies are kind of funny too.
That's pretty easy. 311, all that good stuff.
Yeah, the Navy ones are.
Those are ratings. They call those ratings,
Yeah.
man. Those
Yeah,
things
that's
get
a whole
fucking
different
confusing
system.
after a while.
Yeah.
Since we're
Air
in a
Force
bit of a
Aviation
lull
is
here,
Boatswain's mate
too.
third. Like, fuck, what the fuck did you
since we're in a bit of a lull and we just covered 9 lines and types of control, any chance for a quick 5-minute for a leg stretcher? And,
Yeah, I need a bathroom break. This has been going on for like 3 hours, and I've been drinking like non-stop.
This whole time.
I've been up all night.
I really appreciate all the time you
Come on,
take.
you're never
This
gonna
is
hit
a very
Colonel
big
100 like
engagement
this.
for you guys to be teaching, both like lots of question answer, lots of talking and waiting and responding to questions. Really appreciate doing this, guys.
Also,
Siren's an intensive, data-intensive role. So like I said,
I
it's
wasn't
right
expecting
there.
this
I
level of
always have my
complexity.
little note cards on me when I'm playing.
You weren't expecting what food?
Yeah, this level of complexity I wasn't expecting. I was just like thinking like, there, fuck it up. But
Nope. Most people we've had a couple. There was when the server first started. I'm not gonna name names, but there was someone who joined Siren, and it was obvious they were very new to it. You know, I had no problems with that. We had a full stack. It was me, Deceive, I believe Ryan. You know, he was a fresh guy, so you know we were helping him out. I was working with him.
It was
just
me,
making
wasn't
sure
it?
he was good with. No, it wasn't. It definitely was actually. Yeah, it was Fubar. He was shit. Fuck that
Thank
guy.
you,
Nah.
feature.
So yeah, the guy was new and everything, you know. And guess he didn't really expect that Siren gets shot at some point or another. He didn't really realize
it does
that
happen.
it happens while you're talking to people. So you know he's
Or
talking
in the
to
map
Stalker.
plotting shit.
Yeah, or in the map plotting shit. So this guy's talking to Stalker. I'm just monitoring his frequency, make sure he's doing good. And he goes all over 7. He's like, "Oh shit, the Russian, front north Russian." I was like, "Holy fuck!" I'm hearing 2 of you right because I'm right next to him as well. So I'm like, "Bro, relax, okay." Point that shooty bang portion towards the enemy and just squeeze the little. Click your button. Things will happen. It was fucking wild. He freaked the actual fuck out.
Yeah, we do still carry rifles.
Right?
We do still carry rifles. It's okay to use them.
Yeah, it's okay to use them. I actually carry more ammunition than most other Sirens. Like Deceive himself, he'll carry 4 or 5 mags usually, right?
I got
I'm
20.
rocking 10.
10?
20, bro.
Mate,
I'm
I'm
rocking
not.
10, and that's my minimum.
I'm not rocking
That's
that
why I got
much
the
as
big bag,
like
though.
as a fucking infantry.
Bro,
I mean, to be fair, I'm like as a stalker, I'm not even carrying a primary.
To be honest, on this new map, I think Siren gets in a lot more hellish of gunfights.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I mean, I've died more as Siren on this map than as an infantryman on any other map.
Yeah.
Them trees, man. Trees have OKs.
Was absolutely fucking terrible.
Mate, I just want Iraq back as a Siren.
He all of a sudden was like, "I can't do shit. I'm being chased across the hills by Russians." It's like, okay.
I mean, yeah, I got 20 mags, but I also got the biggest Siren pack I can, and it's full of all my grenades and supplies and shit.
Yeah, we got wiped on that mountain last week.
Like, I'm a heavy Siren.
We got fucking cased for 3.5 kilometers. I regrouped with the rest of platoon and just told them, "Hey, there's a company of Russians chasing my ass.
Yeah,
Go
dude,
get
the Russians chase, the Russians
that was
flank.
you the other
They're
that was
tricky this map.
Dude, last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning, we're at Mista, and we capped the objective, and we're moving out, and all of a sudden we hit like a huge lag spike, and the SL for 1-3 is like, "Holy fuck, look behind you," and everybody respawned at fucking Mista.
Oh god.
And caught us all out in the open. Fucking Stalker 2 was coming in at the exact same time. He got shot down fucking instantly.
That kept happening yesterday, actually.
Oh my
We'd push a point because we were told to push a point, and we'd get there and we'd be like, it's full blue, nothing's spawning, something's wrong, we're gonna get killed if we stay here. What do you want us to do? Stay there. Okay.
They wiped out 4 squads within a 5-minute gunfight.
Jeez.
It was bad.
Russian space magic.
We just landed on the radio tower,
Yeah.
and lag spike as we touched down, and the BTR spawned maybe 300 meters in front of us on top of the hill.
Nice.
We didn't touch down for more than a second. Whoever got out, got out. Whoever didn't, well, he fucking went free.
Okay, I'm off to the bathroom, Jets. Be right back.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
First night on this map, we landed at an LZ and a BTR drove past the front of my little bird.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that was you.
Yeah.
Oh hey, Gleam, pizza story.
Yeah, that was a very new Siren actual overriding our warnings, and saying that he had eyes on, so that LZ was here. So you know, blame him.
Well, pizza story.
Me and Dolphin both, in fact, literally said that LZ is gonna be very hot.
Oh yeah, that we literally said as soon as he said that LZ.
No,
we were
it's
like,
good. I got eyes on.
No, it's not
okay,
gonna be a good
man,
LZ.
you're actual. It's your call. You're there with 1-6, but I'm just saying.
We're not gonna name names on who that Siren actual was.
He's gotten a little better since then.
Yeah, he was pretty good
We've
last
worked
night.
with him. We've worked with him.
He's gotten pretty good. So
Everyone has their first day.
Exactly.
Everybody. Yep.
He wanted in the server a little bit early, so he took a slot. We maybe shouldn't have, but now he's good.
Yeah, he learned his lesson. He knows what to do now. But yeah,
I'll follow him into combat now.
like I
Yeah,
said,
exactly.
as Siren, expect it. It's bound to happen, especially on a map as close quarters as this. You're gonna get shot at. There's gonna be times where you're gonna be trying to talk to Savage while you're getting shot at, and 1-6 is on your short range talking about, hey, what's up with Savage? What's up with Savage? And we're actually, when we start having you guys go through your 9 lines and just practicing them and stuff, I'm gonna get on the radio and I'm gonna walk away and I'm just gonna say, hey, 1-6 on click it in. I'm gonna start clapping with you guys because it's
too real.
Yeah, one thing.
Yeah, it is. It's one thing to learn here. It's another thing out in the field with all those radio comms going off, and people yelling in your ear, and
You've
squatting.
got someone shooting right next to you.
There's also this nifty thing that as Siren, people see the Siren tag, and I'll have the rifleman from 1-3 come running up, be like, "Hey, can I get some fire over there from?" What are you doing here?
Yeah, why are you
walking
up to me to ask me?
Get him to ask 1-6 and send it up the line, man. Like, I get it. I'm here. I'm seeing it. I'm gonna call it in, but you don't ask.
Yeah, like just relax for a sec. But
Know your place, peasant.
Peon. Yeah, there's a lot of times you're gonna look at people and be like, your patience is gonna be tested because you're gonna have.
As
I've
Siren,
had a couple of times.
you're going to wish it's a little harder, Milsim, sometimes. Just because, like, having 5 guys from one squad run up to you trying to yell different coordinates for Savage while you're actually calling in a mission is wow.
Like
So
yesterday,
I wish that there was a butt stroke option.
Right, something.
So, as a techno tip, guys, with your headsets, actually talk about a lot of voices in your headphones. If you have a surround sound option, like a 7.1 or a 5.1, well, no. If you have like a 7.1 or a 5.1 option on your headset, like I do, don't have it on because it takes that left and right option and melds it into one. So like, if you have stuff in your left ear,
like your actual headset,
like your physical in real life
Yeah,
headset,
gotcha.
don't have surround sound on your headset because it's gonna take all the voices and meld them into one, and it gets really fucking bad.
You're gonna be like, huh? You're gonna be
Basically,
asking 1-6. Yeah, what did you want, Stalker?
With
Huh?
Siren is your long range always takes precedence because that's gonna be command and fire missions more often than not. So if someone's squawking on you at short range, just give them a short wait 1, finish what you're doing on long range.
Yeah.
Or maybe shut the fuck up. I like that one.
Well, I mean, yeah, that works too. Wait 1's just
Shut
nice
the
way
fuck
of
up
saying
on
it.
Wait 1's a very polite way to be like, hey, I need you to zip your fucking lips for a sec. There will be times where if you guys hop in Siren and Deceive's there and you're talking to him, he might just like look away for you, wait 1, and then look back. All right, what's up? That's him doing something. You know? If it sounds like you're talking to a Siren and you know it looks like they're not paying attention to you, they probably are not actually paying attention to you because they've got someone in their ear. So.
Yeah, I feel bad for the squads that I get tasked to for bodyguard, and they actually want to bodyguard me, and it's like, I'm gonna be stopping every 5 feet. Like, just keep going, I'll catch up.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you know, I'm stopping pretty often. I gotta look at the map. I gotta do something here, somewhere there. So, everybody's good on 9 lines plus remarks, restrictions, and type of controls.
Yep.
Jones, are you back?
Yep. Sweet, good. So, we're gonna go up top now, and hopefully there's enough room considering the inside there. We might have to
I already
rotate
put a
people as-
satcom down, so it shouldn't. We don't need to put a bunch more.
Alright, sweet. Let's go.
Jones, are you back?
Where are we going?
Oh, hey, Gleam.
Top of this tower here.
I see you brought your hat with you.
Oh, we got her.
Yeah, it's probably just a blue blade or something. Fucking stairs are running right through them.
So how do you turn these sticks on? These glow sticks?
You just toss them out.
No, but I threw these 2 and they're not shining.
That's because they're IR.
Get the fuck out. Whoever said that. See if I can climb up on top of it.
By the way, you don't need pilot. Do you need pilots down there, or do you want us to stay here?
I mean, I'm sure there's stuff out there that do exist.
So, hey, Glass, you know, you go ahead and you guys are all tuned into all the frequencies, right?
Yep.
So.
Check in on. Hang on, let me get rid of this dagger here. Radio check 9-9.
That's good.
Pretty much Charlie.
Check.
So this is where I messed up. Yeah, I respawned. That's right.
Where are you all?
Top of the tower.
Coming to you.
Someone has it on speaker, by the way.
By the way, like the famous composer, the fuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
That was bad, but good.
Thank you.
Oh, line up along.
Just chuck him out of the tower.
Can you in here?
Makes
You
it
guys in there hear me?
fucking bad joke.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, sweet. So go ahead and line up, guys.
I'll be here all week. Don't pick your wages.
Radio check 9-8. Oh.
Good check, bro.
Get my long range to pop open.
Radio check 8-7.
Good check.
Limit Charlie.
Check.
Check 8-6.
Limit Charlie.
Charlie.
Alright, so
It's
real
6.
quick to help you guys gain some understanding here on how this is going to go. Glassjaw is going to give out a mock 9-line. We'll pretend there's an asset out there. You know, so I'll actually let me get another piece of paper.
What channel are you gonna do the mock 9-line on?
That'll be
Long
on.
range
We'll just do it on.
alternate.
What's up?
Long range alternate, because that's what it's going to be in your field typically.
No. So long range alternate is on 8-6 for us. We don't, because what's happening is TeamSpeak doesn't know we're in a separate server like that. It only knows to mute us. It still keys the microphone for whoever's on 7-2.
What I was saying is, the way I normally do it is I have
Oh, you have it on your own.
7-2 on my alternate always, because that's the one I always need to be on. So that's what I'm going to be using.
No, so what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that even though we're on the training server,
Oh,
whoever
Gleam's
sets up
got
the
his
actual server
big boy
You
helmet on.
would hear us, exactly. No, I got it set to the proper alternate. But I'm going to be using the alternate.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you've ever
it's
been on the training
weird.
server and you've heard random clicks and beeps on your radios, it's because the guys in the real server are actually using that channel. That's why we pushed off to some. That's why we pushed off to some really weird frequencies.
I was wondering what was going on with that.
Basically, in the training server, you always want to push off. They're on the map.
Yeah, if you zoom way out, look at the bottom left of the map. We'll give everybody a minute or two just to set up and double check. And I'm gonna take a quick leak.
I just joined us just to see what Siren's doing for us. I don't know how useful I'm gonna be operating on this shit.
Future's taking a
Let's go with it.
I took a longer than No one?
Dude, that was horrible.
There's a vegetables joke right there. It has layers.
Is that British humor?
It has layers.
Hey, here, I got a good one for you. I heard in Ghostbusters last night.
Huh?
What's the difference? What do a cigarette and hamster have in common?
I don't know. What do a cigarette and a hamster
I
have?
thought it was a rat.
They're both harmless until you're in your mouth on fire.
Can someone chuck him out of the tower, please?
I mean,
Bad joke.
Okay. No. By the way, boys, listen up. If you see that fucking cheese wheel type of shit on top of that Apache, that means it's the radar variant.
Alright.
Not that it really makes much difference to any of you.
Sorry, what's going on?
Yeah. But for the demon makes hell of a lot of fucking difference.
And that's an actual mic 60.
Hey, okay, last one. Hey guys, what's brown and sticky?
Is it
Stick.
Good jobs.
Watch.
Mate,
What's red and sits in the
we're 15 memes ahead of you, Jones.
Redbeard.
baby with a razor blade.
Oh!
What's yellow and sits in the bottom?
The fuck?
Same baby 2 weeks later. I actually won beers because of that at a pub quiz because they asked for a tie break, and the darkest joke you know. I stood in front of a student union with 70 people in and told that joke. I got beer.
Please, when we get a break, I'm want to tell you the worst joke I have. When we get a break, it's a bit long.
So, alright, you guys ready to...
Who just fell off?
Somebody fall? Oh!
Yeah, that was Reaper. That was Reaper.
So, you guys ready to hear Glassjaw
Sorry about
here?
that, guys. Had a quick phone call. I'm back.
You're all good. So, just use the 8-7. Use 8-7 for this one. If you have 8-7 dialed in.
Yeah, I got that.
Alright, sweet. So, alright. He's gonna go... Do you remember how to...
I'm just gonna pretend you're Reaper 1 for now.
Okay, sure. Let me write down a little loadout here. Little loadout. I'll check in with you.
Yeah, because I got it set up as an IP anyway, so.
Hey, what's red and smells like blue paint?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Red, blue paint? Wait, red paint? Oh. Why did I say blue paint? What? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Alright, what am I, Reaper 1, I guess? Yeah, I'll just be Reaper 1. Alright.
Okay, the stream's been running for about 3 hours.
Yeah, do you wanna pause it or what?
No, let's keep going. Just binge all this shit.
Alright, so Glass.
Then spend the next week editing it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Got me on this ready?
It's on Twitch, mate.
Yep.
Leading with Charlie.
Alright, sweet. I'll call you Siren 1. Siren 1, Reaper 1, checking in as frag. Angels 3, break. 3 clicks out to the west. How copy?
Good copy. And what are you carrying today?
Loaded with 1174 rounds, 30 Mike, break. 2 AGM 65 Voltas, break. 2 GBU 12s, break. 40 Hydra rockets. So now right now what's happening is Glassjaw is actually writing down what I've given him. And then once he's written it all down, checks back in with me.
Copy. 1174 rounds for guns, 2 AGM, 2 GBU, and 40 Hydras.
So now, after he's done that readback, he's gonna hit me with the whole fucking advise when ready for game plan, advise when ready to copy. I think you guys wrote that one down earlier, right?
No.
Okay, so yeah, starting off way at the top before you start running through your 9 line. You're gonna say advise when ready for game plan. You know, then the reason we say advise when ready is because the pilots have huge books, huge flip books that they've got to go through and strapped to their legs. So, you know, it takes them a second to actually get to what they need to get to. So give them a moment, then they say ready to copy game plan, ready for game plan, whatever. And at that point, that's when, you know, Glassjaw is going to go into, all right, the type of control followed by the 9 line.
Yeah, so. Reaper 1 advise when ready for game plan.
So, you know, we're going to simulate. I'm going to fucking fumble through this fucking...
My immersion.
They have fucking thick-ass notebooks strapped to their legs.
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
I'm reaching for my grease pen right now. Hang on. Hang on.
It's iPads now, too.
Didn't know Reaper was this intense.
It's true. But, hey, you know, let's just say we're for
In-game
some
or
reason
in
this
real
motherfucker's
life?
We're doing it
fast.
old school. For
Yeah.
Marines.
He's... Alright, here we go. Oh, alright, got my little pen here. Okay.
Push your glasses up.
Reaper 1 ready for game plan.
Type 1 control from IP jack. Your 122. 5 clicks. Target is 38 feet. LAV in the open. 03005. Break 03196. On your tally. Friendlies are 520 meters to your south. I want you to egress north-northeast. Advise when ready for remarks.
pilot's writing it all down. He's writing the information he needs to write down. Bing, bang, boom.
Reaper 1 ready for remarks.
Give both of those fucking bombs. Let's blow this shit sky high.
Yeah, so, they're right there. Boom. You've got him saying, and in terms of bombs, he's requesting the GBUs. So GBU 12s are 500-pound laser-guided bombs.
And I just told him to drop both those fuckers.
What do you need destroyed? Like a fucking platoon? Army?
The wambulance.
The wambulance. Wanting the wambulance destroyed, right?
But I'm treating it like it's a Russian BMP or something, Those fuckers take a bit.
Fuck, like 1 or 2 missiles, you're alright, man. You don't need JTAC for that shit.
I know, I'm also having a little fun with it because it is a training session. You wouldn't normally call in that shit for something like that light of a target.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be dropping those on a battle group or something.
Yeah.
You could handle that with Hydras.
Oh, yeah.
Siren 1, Reaper 1, elevation 38 feet, break. 03005, break. 03196, break. Friendlies 520 meters south, break. 2 times GBU 12s, code 1111.
Copy. You are all good. Advise when on approach.
So, he says, hey, read back correct, whatever. Really, we're not going to be sticklers here and say, hey, you've got to buy the fucking book verbatim. It's Arma, bro. It's Pixel Soldiers. I don't care that much. So, you could say, hey, you're good. As you heard from Glassjaw here, he said, advise when you're inbound, or, me personally, I'll say, call in when IP inbound. And at that point, then you would hear Reaper 1 once he's actually ingressing to and through. So once he's at and going through the IP.
Reaper 1 IP inbound.
Reaper 1, continue.
Now that call right there is coming from Siren saying, hey, okay, I acknowledge the fact that you have pushed to and through the initial point there. You've just crossed over it, and you are now on the track from Jack towards the target.
Inbound.
That continue call is basically his go-ahead to, hey, keep flying that track. Keep going.
Now, if in the field you're calling this in, and let's say 1-2 decides, no, they're going to go blow it up with C4, and they push their squad up on it, that's where you would tell him, wave off.
Right. So, this is where, while a pilot is IP inbound as well, this is where they also have their final tally call. This is that final moment for the pilot to say, hey, tally the, what are we calling it, MP?
It's an LAV in open. It's the ambulance.
Yeah, the ambulance, but for whatever's sake, we'll say tally BMP. And at that point, Siren can choose to either say cleared hot, or if for some reason, 1-4 decided to go balls to the wall and just fucking run up to the back of it, put their AT4 right in the ass end and pull the fucking trigger, whatever. That's when he'd give the wave off or whatever, so.
Reaper 1, tally BMP.
Reaper 1, you're cleared hot.
At that point, weapons release. So let's pretend, we've got Reaper 1, you guys have your night vision on. Reaper 1's going, oh, there he is. Boom, weapons release.
Reaper 1, pave way.
And he's gone, and then the round, the bombs are going in. And then, boom.
Boom.
Reaper 1, splash, good effect on target. Or bad if it was bad,
Right. So
you just suck.
Yeah, if it was a you suck, or if it's just there's that much stuff there, there's a lot of target saturation there. That's when Siren has the option to say, hey, come back around, same target, and then let's Reaper 1 know. All right.
Bad Reaper.
I don't need to copy a new 9 line down. It's the same exact everything.
It's been a joke the last few resets, but as Siren, never say repeat on radio.
No. Repeat. It's say again.
You get more bombs dropped even if you didn't want them. Yeah. You say again. Come again or say again, something like that.
Yeah.
Come again.
I repeat.
Come again. Shot over. Some jokes.
Say repeat. I'm gonna blow the fucking place sky high.
Yeah.
Same repeat is gonna get shit blown up.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Jones?
Glass.
Yo.
Would you be so kind as to just do the 9 line? Don't need the responses, but just do it in its entirety again, a little slower, because that went by super fast, and I was like on line 3
so
when you were on line 9.
That's part of the point of the 9 line is to be speedy, but yeah, I can repeat it real quick, slower.
But just like I would like to sort of like read along with, as you're saying things, roughly identifying in my head, where we are.
which line is what and what that means. All right, yeah. So everybody can hear me just here in local?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
IP Jack 122 5 clicks 3-8 feet LAV in open 03005 break 03196. I said on your tally, but with these being laser guided bombs, it would have been on Sparkle or on Lays. However you decide to say that. Sparkle is very easy for most of the pilots to clarify.
Right. On your tally is like find it yourself?
On tally means on pilot's eyes, basically.
Gotcha.
520 south. Egress northeast. Advise when ready for remarks.
Right.
Which, of course, my remark was the type of ordnance.
Yeah.
So if you remember, guys, line 8 is location of friendlies, right? Now, generally, it's a good thing, especially having an A10 or an F-18, something with like a lightning or a lantern, or well, not a lantern, but a lightning pod or something like that, or a sniper. It's good to give that distance in that cardinal. But like I said, this is Arma. Everybody has a C-tab. So one thing that Steve likes to do, and if you guys ever get your Reaper or Demon Perms or something, and he's giving you location of friendlies, he's just going to tell you C-tab. That's it. That means check your C-tab
Line
to see
8
where
will
these
be C-tab from deceive half the time.
Yeah. Which is not bad. It works perfectly because it's more accurate than what we could give using, the micro dagger, the vector, whatever.
So
constant up.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Glass. So in the field, would you have before you called this in, would you have actually jotted this down for yourself, like on a pad of paper next to you?
Absolutely, especially with Kaz, you can kind of pre-mark ideas of targets with your own knowledge. Especially, I know almost all of you guys have experience in the infantry as SLs and FTLs and shit.
Is there an
you
admin?
know where the BMP is going to push up in that town because you know the terrain, you know that town. So using that knowledge, you can in fact pre-write some idea missions and then just minor tweak as needed in the field.
Right.
It's good to write them down, but also a lot of times, like I gave the full 9 line. Most of the times in the field, I'm actually going to only give like a 5 line because it's easier, it's quicker, and most of the pilots that I've worked with can handle it.
Yeah.
So maybe we could take the time to do that because I don't believe we've covered 5 lines.
5 line is really easy to cover. So you look at lines 1 through 5 is your 5 line.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so it would have been IP Jack 122 5 clicks 3-8 feet LAV and open.
Boom, you're done. And all he'd have to read back is the elevation. But most pilots here in Arma will read back the entire thing. So
I also sometimes, to help the pilots, kind of make my own Mach 6 line where I also give the MGRS just so they know which grid they're looking at.
Yeah. Like we said, it's Arma, so, and nobody here is going to be that crazy of a stickler if you give a 6 line or a 7 line for some reason or 8 line.
And like Deceive and Fubar both pointed out earlier, talk to your pilots when they're checking in. Make sure they're comfortable with a 9 line. Like if they're not, they just want casual walk-in, then you can just be like, hey, you got a BMP by that orange house.
Yeah.
Cool.
And something else to think about in your check-in brief, ask your pilot if they're good with gun runs, because gun runs, some people just are not comfortable doing gun runs and fast movers.
Yeah, some people are more just guided munitions and bombs. Others are all about those guns. Some people can do very crazy things with Apaches.
Yeah, some people here can lob an Apache from behind, no joke, from behind a cliff across the map.
Oh fuck yeah, I've seen it.
Hitting 4 moving targets. And
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the point of it.
That's
chaotic.
They're
No,
amazing.
but to the point where his longbow radar is not even peeking over the top. He's basically
He was
landed.
practically landed firing
What are you talking
Hellfire.
about? Are you talking about chaotic?
Gleam.
Oh, Gleam's good too.
Gleam's very good.
Right. So all your 9-liners and 5-liners. If I'm, can I speak for a moment, Future?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pilot opinion right here.
Okay. So your 9 lines and your 5 lines are great for moving birds. For an Apache, all I'm interested in from Siren is if we're going for Hellfires, then all I want to know is, have you laser target? What's the grid reference of the target? And I will tally against what I've got on my computer. Because as long as you laze it, I've got a grid, I find the grid, I have to be within 4 kilometers to pick up yours, right? If I'm using my own systems, I can hit out to 9-10 kilometers. If I'm using you guys to designate a target, I have to be within 4K of that laser. And all I need to...
Sorry to interrupt you, Glenn, but you're specifically talking about the laser designator item in the game. Huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Your laser does, yes.
Because that's what the Hellfire tracks do.
Yeah.
Right,
We
not
can...
IR things.
No. I can move on to that, but... for Hellfire, so for hard targets like MBTs and armored personnel carriers, Tigers to a degree.
If he
but I
doesn't
tend
move,
to take
I'm
them
gonna
out
blow his
with
ass
guns.
out the sky.
Can we ID who that is? He might be just landing, maybe.
He's circling.
Stalker 5, Shepard.
Shepard's usually pretty good. He might just be landing, so give him a minute.
Shepard also plays Siren quite a bit, so he might heard all that.
Yeah, so all I'm interested in is telling what I've got. Okay, wait a minute. I've turned the volume down on it again. It's not bothering me much.
5, mate, are you going for a landing?
Is he just hovering?
Yeah, he just went over.
Yeah, he's flying off. Isn't that green smoke over there?
Hey, just give me the word and I'll AT4 his ass out the sky.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah, cool. So I will read back the grid ref for the lasers I've picked up, and I can hit them. If you've got multiple targets, tell me you've got multiple targets, and I will give you a 5 count between release. And basically, the first one will hit. 5 seconds later, you've got 5 seconds to get your laser designator on the next target, and you can take out multiple targets one after the other.
You've done it. It works.
Follow-up question.
What?
So, probably obvious, but the laser designator, you gotta keep it on target all the way to splash, correct?
Yes. So if you put the laser at the back of your mate's head in front of you, then your mate and you are going to disappear.
And like the ordnance that tracks onto the laser is all like properly faster than any ground Vic you're targeting, so we don't need to be worrying about an MBT speeding down the road. If you can keep laser on, it will.
As long as you've got a line of sight and there's no
breaking line of sight,
Right, yeah, I get that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
And the munitions are low, lock on after launch. So
I mean,
basically, I punt it straight up into the sky, and then it starts seeking for the laser. I tell it what laser it's looking for. I punt it vertically out of the fucking Apache. It pops up over the cliff face and goes, ah, right, there's the target. And it's about for 4 kilometers on a high-level launch. It's going to be in the air for 8 to 10 seconds.
Fuck, that's very
with
fast.
good laser work, you can turn his Hellfires into like crazy accurate javelins that take out tanks no problem.
Is there a chance that we could have a look at the laser designator item, because I've never interacted with it in the game?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that now, just at some point.
Yeah.
We could actually demonstrate the laser lock-on with that Apache. It's right there.
line that Glass just gave. Imagine doing that when you've got, you know, this going off in your ear times 10 with the fucking, you know.
What the hell are these?
No. You gotta take the suppressor off, and it needs to be an M240. Or there needs
Oh
to be
yeah, there we go. Because fucking for some
Yeah,
reason,
because half
1-4
the time
decides
we
to
always
stand
sit
right
on
next to you.
1-4, yeah.
The hell was that explosion?
You'll have that, and you'll have fucking, you know.
Siren.
Fucking weapon jam. Look at that. My weapon said shut the fuck up, please.
Siren Demon on 7.87.
Send it for Siren.
I'm gonna spool up and fuck off. I'm gonna head up north and practice a little bit of flying. And when you're ready, let me know.
Hey, firm. We'll get you blowing shit up soon.
Copy.
Liam, Fubar, do you want me as your pilot? You can do the guns.
I don't need you. Two birds in the sky.
I would shoot you for saying that, but I'll let you go this time. Oh, look at those shadows.
No, there's somebody else down there. Oh, is that Castillo?
It's Dolphin shooting the 240.
Dolphin
That's
being
not.
funny.
How am I shooting 240 and I'm up here?
Who left this shit here?
Your name.
Look at that. Someone's littering.
So if you open your map and zoom out until the box down at the bottom left, it says 1,000 meters.
Oh, it says 2,000 for me.
Okay, yeah, you can zoom in a little bit until it says 1,000. At that point, every full box is a click. On top of that, your map tools, you see the 0 to 3 down on the one side of it?
Or if you have the larger one, it'll be 0 to 6.
Yeah, I see the 0 to 6.
Okay, yeah, you get the large map tools. Every one of those is a click. So you can put the 0 on your IP and just measure it out that way, or you can eyeball it using the boxes on the map.
Oh, okay.
With steeper angles, it's better to try and use map tools and get a little more accurate, but you don't always have to. Once you get good at it, you kind of just eyeball the map and you're like, okay, let's just
Okay. What would you say is the acceptable margin error with distances? Like, can it be down to like 100 meters, or is it like 6 clicks? Did you say 6 clicks?
depends on the asset you're using. You want to be as accurate as possible until they get eyes on to make sure it's the right target. Especially in situations where you have multiple targets and some of them are maybe in a danger close situation where you can't hit them, but you can hit others. You want to be as accurate as possible to make sure you're got on the right target for those.
Alright, so on the map tool, obviously it's easy to tell like how far or what the distance is for each kilometer, but each hash mark, how many
That each hash mark is 100 meters, so that'd be a decimal point.
Okay, alright.
So if it's on a hash mark, yeah, just like it's on the 7th hash mark, it's 4.7, say 4.7 clicks.
Okay, alright.
If it's just over a hash mark, then like you're good. You don't need to worry. Like that, I'd say the 100 meters is your margin of error. Give at least the first decimal if you have one.
Alright, sounds good, thank you.
So, like, if you're trying to get the reference as a distance, you can estimate it. If you're giving corrections for artillery, be pretty specific.
Alright.
Yeah, it also, again, it depends on the asset and stuff like that, so how you use things. Savage, you want to be as accurate as possible, so if you got Savage calling in saying they're ready for tasking, ask them what guns they're using. Are they accepting 10 codes? Because 10 codes are the best.
Oh, when I'm playing Savage and I get 10 codes.
Can we have a conversation about Savage as well? Calling in.
Absolutely. We have Savages here that are ready to. Yeah, they're ready to shoot some guns. They got mortars and a big gun down there.
Can we also...
I haven't inputted any data for the 105, but I've got the 81s dialed in.
All right, cool.
Can we also have a quick? Because there was a guy who very kindly offered to show me some Savage stuff. I'm going to be taking him up on that. I'm also going to be trying to convince him.
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, Jones, I'm already here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm down.
You don't really pay attention, do you, Jones?
Yeah, I mean, siren training kind of means everyone gets involved a little bit. All the company assets are like, hey, we get to play.
Yeah.
But also, like, I'm gonna be trying to convince you to write up a little formal invite on the training server to do a bit of a savage training, because I mentioned like a week ago to a squad I was leading that, like, oh, this nice guy contacted me after the thing. He said, hey Jones, you wanted to do, and 10 guys piped up like, ooh, can I be in there? So there is definitely interest in.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
when
Jones, when you did your training about a week ago, I was like, I got to go to that. And then when this got told, hey, we're gonna do this Saturday, I was like, I got to go to Siren training because any call for fire is gonna come through them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always good to know the roles.
Every day this past week, every day I've been saying siren training Saturday, siren training Saturday.
Yeah, Archie's always on it. He'll learn something new anytime.
Yeah.
So,
right. So yeah, can we have the savage conversation maybe of calling in savage missions?
Yeah, I'll let this age 64.
Future's a little better with the technical how you're supposed to do it. I've just been like.
What about
so
AH6?
Hey Clint.
I thought the age 64 was gonna engage a target.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna have, real quick before we get into the savage conversation,
right?
we're gonna just showcase to you
I was on Elastic trying to
the power
learn
of
Savage
Anapathy.
with
And then
fish.
we have a Reaper, correct, Ryan?
I'm trying to learn.
I'm gonna go hop in that right now. You good?
Yeah, hop in that hog, man. Get going.
Oh yeah.
Hog F-35, either or.
You literally hopped.
I got my laser
Oh.
equipped already.
Oh, okay, sweet. So, I want you guys to hang on. Let me out. Let me out.
Just climb over me.
That's what she said.
Bam. So.
Okay, you get that one for Bart.
Look at what I'm carrying, right? I'm carrying a laser designator. Now it's the vanilla one, so you need the vanilla batteries as well. You do not need the RHS batteries. You are not using an RHS laser designator. It's very simple and easy. You look at a target. Night vision. You look at a target. You
Can you
click
put
on
that
it.
84 away?
You're firing a laser.
Thank you.
There is a way to change the code, but by default, this laser code will be on quad 1. So 1111. All codes you give will be in 4 digits. From I think, what is it? The training from the lowest is the training code, I believe. I don't think you can go any lower than this one. The highest is 1778, 1780, I think.
Something like that, yeah. It's not too high.
Long story short, real world, pilot checks in with you, lets you know he has his laser guided munitions, and he lets you know what code those are on, because the pilot cannot change the code. That's something that, the guys on the ground are gonna have to adjust.
When you say change code, what do you mean?
So yeah, lasers in general, right? This is just a little laser 101 here. Lasers in general, the way they work is by firing a non-visible point, like a non-visible beam, at a certain frequency, a certain repetition of frequency, right? So the training code is 1111. Now, if you guys get laser designators, if you want, we can go get those now.
Yeah, I'd like one. I don't have access to it.
Okay, let's go get some. Let's go. What the fuck is right here?
Should have access.
Yeah, someone's been littering.
Just put your
I'm not
vectors in
so
your
sure.
bag.
Actually. I think it's been restricted to Siren.
We going down?
Yeah, we're going
Yeah.
down.
Okay.
We're going down
Hey,
to the bottom.
real quick, Future, what you said before 9-line, advising when ready for game plan. I suppose that's for your bigger, like, what are we doing today? And then you said some other, advising ready for...
Oh, advisor ready for 9-line, advisor ready for game plan are the
obviously,
same.
just
They're the same
forward
things.
Okay, cool.
It's just letting the pilot know, hey, let me know when you're good to race.
Future, can you put that on in my back so I can...
Yeah, where are you?
Yeah, right here.
Can somebody draw me a laser designator? I can't get one.
Yep, I'm about to.
Merci beaucoup. I'll be up there.
I'm gonna start dropping them directly into the
Oh
inventory.
yeah, I see the code. How do we
Dropping
change
them one
that?
at a time.
21 should be last
I have
Boom, there's another.
direction and distance than my
How do we change the code on this?
I don't actually know.
Don't worry about changing the code.
So hang on, we have one code for everything.
Yes, so that's which is actually going to be brought up. Is that's one thing is, for the most part, for the pilots, you want only one laser at a time on, even in the field.
Right.
I'm going back to my map.
But in a real life situation, yeah, you change the code to whatever the missile's code is, so that like I could be tracking missile 3, you could be tracking missile 1 and sending it somewhere else.
The amount of knowledge you guys giving us just tells me you guys are IRL JTACs.
You can shift right click.
No,
control
God,
right
no.
click on your position.
But Future's a
Siren,
good teacher.
we're on channel 87. Ready to check in.
Distance. And then put it over.
Like, how do you know all this? Why do you know all this?
283.89.
Hey, last calling station. This is Savage. I read you loud and clear.
In your right hand corner, you should have your dagger up. And
Future literally taught me all this like 2 weeks ago. Man.
Hey, Reaper
Like,
Siren
I'm still
2 on
actually
87, you go ahead and check in.
But I wrote stuff down.
Siren, this is
I'm
Reaper.
kind of OCD.
Airframe is
like this. Like, I
A10.
learn it. I study
Break.
it.
Armaments consist of break.
Like I spent 4 days before the server started up just here in the training server practicing fire missions, writing up, plotting on the map and shit, even when there was no one on.
Dude, before I got my stalker fucking perms, like before I even started Karmakut, I've been like flying birds in the editor for like I think I got 80 hours just on like solo flight before I got my
Oh
perms.
yeah, dude. Like practicing is great.
Or 2
More people should do it.
times Hydra's
Yeah.
break.
Looking to
Even
get
just
that.
honestly, some of the infantry guys should spend some time on the range, figure out how the rifles work.
Yeah,
2 times
gonna
GU31s.
get some level of practice with the demon assets, especially with the DAP and AH. I don't really like Apache.
Copy, Reaper. I've got 1350 rounds for the sector break.
You'd probably be pretty good in a DAP, but
2 times 65 Delta
Black Hawk's
break.
my thing.
Or 2 times Hydras
the DAP
break.
is just basically like you said, an orange
2 times
Black Hawk.
GU31s.
It's NATO's answer to the hip.
Yeah, it's basically Gucci Black Hawk.
Feedback Rex.
Put in that first 6 digit, or there's the first 3 digits to the left bunch, and the first 3 digits to the right bunch, and then hit OK, and that'll plot on your dagger.
But I don't know, Reaper doesn't interest me weirdly.
You saying on Mark? Okay.
It would depend on the map for me. Like I'm more into planes than I am helicopters, but you're right. Actually playing them, I feel like you get more use out of the helicopters.
03029.
I mean, in a pinch, you can load a fucking sign on the side of an Apache, you know?
You can put a name for that if you want, whatever it is. So let's just put.
Also, I'm weirded out by the fact that the Black Hawks we're using only have like a single pylon each side, not 2.
Correction, Demon 2.
Really?
Yeah, normally on each side you'd have 2.
I was gonna say it should be 2 pilots and 2 gunners. That should be crew.
Copy that, Demon 2.
No, I'm talking about the DAP. Like, you see, you can just load up one single fucking hydropod. Normally you'd have space for 2, just like in the Apache. You see those pylons on Apache? You'd put the same on that DAP, but we've got a single pylon, weirdly.
Weird.
Also, why aren't we using, like, the Lima version of Black Hawk or whatnot? That's, like, we're supposed to be 160 as Stalkers, right?
Oh, I see.
Well, that's actually
Siren, Demon 317. 87.
Rangers as infantry, but we have like pararescue, Banshees, more Air Force. We got a bunch of Navy planes and birds.
Well, join ops, I guess.
Like, joint ops makes sense, and Rangers do joint ops a lot of times. Like, a lot of times Rangers are going to be attached to Delta, JTAC, and Night Stalkers.
Yeah, if you have like an SOF badge, basically you're working with Night Stalkers like most of the time.
Yeah, because I mean, 160th and Rangers are both like special forces support. Like they're almost special forces. They're the
Yeah,
guys
tier
that
two,
work with
I
them.
guess.
Yeah, tier two, exactly.
One or the other.
160
But-
definitely does opt with
Oh no,
Rangers
yeah,
all the
we're a
time.
little wish-wash mixed match here.
So, everybody's still on those frequencies. You guys should have heard Reaper check in there.
Yep. I heard it.
Why is my map?
Oh,
fucking-
yeah.
was
I'm gonna
also,
eat this
Reaper
chem
check
light
in.
if you don't mind.
He's got 1350 rounds.
Makes my
Vector,
map
two
fucking
65
green.
Deltas, so infrared guided Mavericks. Nothing we have to do about that. He would have to lock on. 42 Hydra rockets and 2 GBU 31s. Those are GPS guided munitions. That's where we give him MGRS. So, first things first, Glass, do you want to do the honors of talking to Reaper?
Oh, I can do that. You want me to send him on that 9-line I already set up?
Yeah, so he's checked in. Do you need me to show you what he's got?
I heard he was loaded for bear. He's got guns, right? I'm just gonna do a gun runner first.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, go for guns. Pick a target, whatever. He's waiting for game plan.
All right, is he on alternate?
Let me check.
No,
87.
he's not
He's on
primary.
87. 87. So let him know when he's ready for game plan.
Reaper, advise when ready for game plan.
Wait, what are you gonna have him engage?
The LAV furthest west, that ambulance.
Reaper is ready for game.
IP Jack, 122, 5 clicks, 38 feet, LAV in the open, 03005, break, 03196. Advise when ready for remarks. So that's my abbreviated 6 line.
Yeah, he gave him a 6, which, you know, in this situation, that's pretty much all he needs to do, because you know it's an A10 gun run. That's what he's looking for here. So
Yeah, I wanted to do that example specifically for Jones.
Can you get him to use?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Can you get him to use the main cannon? I want to hear some brrrts.
Yeah, When that's why I did the advise for remarks. I'm gonna tell him gun run. A10 gonna go burr.
This is gonna be spectacular, gents.
So
I
right
have it on I have it on Twitch stream, so you can rewatch it.
yeah, so right now, right, the pilot is currently not only punching in all that information and stuff.
Siren, correction. Reaper ready to copy remarks.
There you go. He just finally snapped his targeting pod to that MGRS.
I advise gun runs on this target.
Good copy. Gun runs.
Advise when IP inbound.
This is sexy as hell.
Yeah, it is.
I already got a semi.
Should he not have red back elevation?
So, yes, that's a fatal flaw right there. He was in the racetrack. He should have read back elevation and target location in MGRS.
Because I did
Oh yeah,
give them.
because you did give it, right?
He did
yeah.
give him that. But, no, that's why we're on the training server. So, after he completes his run, we'll just give him a soft,
Good
gentle
call though.
reminder.
I mean, I wasn't saying anything, but yeah, that is a good call out. He should have. And in the field, you can request it if you need it back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Stalker 1's
Which you
flying
probably
in.
only would bother about doing. You'd only be a stickler for that if you feel that like it's important because there might be other sensitive things in the vicinity of that
Yeah, if
target.
there's danger close and stuff like that. then
Stalker
it's
1,
important.
get out of
Also,
the
it depends on the pilot.
target sector alpha, gun running down, mate.
Daylight's coming up. How good. Looks like Gleam is checking back on station there. Perfect. So after Reaper runs through. So right now, if you guys look at on your map and
Siren, Reaper on 87. Did you read back target grid?
03005 03196.
Good copy. Thank you. Read back is 03005. Break 03196.
Good read back.
By the way, can the laser designator be connected to the micro dagger in the same way that the
No.
No, sadly not.
We can't have nice things all the time.
This is the vector.
What I would suggest is when you
real world connection too. Like
Yeah, what I suggest is when you build your kit, you
grab both.
Grab the laser designator first, put it in your bag, and then go back into the arsenal and equip the vector.
So right now on the map, you guys see Reaper 1 he ingressed from, he started off where that racetrack box is, so he's just tracking out in there. And so he pushed all the way out, all the way around for that push into Jack.
I've been tracking that, yeah. So, that mother area, is that like the general like egress from racetrack that you've set up?
No, sorry. So yeah, that was gonna be in a like just a hypothetical where mother is naval aviation term for
Siren Reaper at IP Jack.
Ooh.
Reaper, clear to continue.
Yeah, mother is just a naval aviation term for the boat.
Carrier.
Oh yeah, you said that, yeah. There's just been a lot of stuff to do.
Copy that. Reaper in from IP Jack from the west, in hot.
Reaper, you are cleared hot.
Fucking get him.
On TAC end, we would mark it as mother.
Right.
Or rather, it would be marked as mother on TAC end, which is not something you'd have to worry about.
Oh, he's coming.
I see him.
I don't.
Northwest of us, high.
Yeah, there he is. Look at him coming in.
I don't see shit yet.
He's lining up. He looks like that UFO out there. He did a pop-up.
Here he comes.
Perfect. Here he comes.
Ooh, that was a good pop-up too, yeah.
That was.
No.
Once he's done, you're gonna explain to me what that means.
Will do.
Yes.
Come on, give it to us. Give it to us.
That's what she said. Oh yeah, I see it.
Shut up, Fubar.
Oh yeah.
Reaper 1, good effect on target.
I just got an erection.
Reaper copies. Seems like my targeting camera is malfunctioning.
So, fucking hell, that was so good. Oh,
yeah.
God, I love that.
A-Firm Reaper, we'll give you a few minutes to figure that out while we let Demon blow some shit up with Hellfires real quick.
Mate, while that's going on,
Good copy.
if that was real life, like JTAC would have their dicks out, start masturbating, if you ask me.
Bro, it's
Yeah, so that little chatter there at the end, that was also good. Good to note. Like, he lets you know, hey, there might be something wrong with my plane. I need a second to figure it out. Hey, I think it's this error. That's always good feedback between pilot and Siren after a run.
Yeah. So a pop-up attack, right? This was something that I had a couple of Reapers. I want to say 2-3 weeks ago. I wanted them to start learning. Was when you are. Yeah. when you're Gotcha. So when you are as a Reaper, as an A10, as any asset really.
Reaper is standing by west of IP Jack.
Go ahead and let him know. Alright, he's good.
Copy that, Reaper.
So, what was I saying? Sorry.
A pop-up attack.
Pop-up. Right. Pop-up attacks. So a pop-up attack is as follows, right? So imagine this. Picture a 2D image right now. You've got the ground on the bottom, and you've got the treetops just above that. And just above those treetops, you've got your little fast mover, whatever it is. Let's say, in this case, it's an A10. So imagine him, he's moving left to right towards the target. Now, to initiate that pop-up, he's going to come in low altitude, just like that. He's going to pull sharply up, about 45 degrees. So, half of 90, he's not going straight vertical, but he's going up, he's moving. Now he's going real quick here. He's transferring all that speed into altitude. At about the apex of it, he should have popped up from, we're talking 150, 200 feet to, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet, depending on conditions. He's going to roll, aileron roll, so his up is now looking at the ground, right? He's upside down. He's going to pull, so he's pulling the nose back towards the ground now. He's going to right his aircraft, so he's pointed normally, pull the trigger, egress. That's pop-up. You're doing, it's basically, if you look at it as a diagram, you're doing a little hop.
No, I see exactly what you're saying. It makes perfect sense, right? Gives you elevation, gives you eyes on before the attack, slows you down. Nice, yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
reduces
Yeah.
reaction time for the enemy, but as an effect of that, it also reduces reaction time for you. So if did he just crash?
It sounded like deletion.
Yeah. So if it's a very effective real world tactic.
Cool.
Lots of pop-up attacks. At least in near peer conflicts, pop-up attacks are essential to survival for an airframe and the pilot operating it. If you don't know your pop-up attacks, what the fuck are you doing flying? So that's why I sat down with a couple of Reapers, and Ryan was one of them, and I was just like, hey, just go over this with me here. Just I had them fly right over my head doing it. I mean, literally, I'm here in the tower, and they were flying 10, 20 feet right over my head.
Basically, you're saying if you don't pop off, you might pop. If you don't pop up, you might pop off.
Yeah, you might die. So
Now, who wants to laze and pick a target for Demon to blow the fuck up?
I do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just like a golden retriever.
So all you're going to do is you're going to laser target. You're going to verify it is the only laser firing out here at this time. And you would usually give a grid as well if you can.
Yeah, so get your vector up first, pick your target, get your grid reference down there and your micro dagger, then pull out your designator. It's the best thing to do.
Alright,
There you
sweet.
go.
So fire the laser and just let Demon 2 know you got it.
He's on 8-6, I believe.
Okay, so don't do the whole 9 line. Just call him up and say, I got a laze target for you.
Yes.
Like he said, all he needs is a grid reference and to know that your laze is out there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Demon 2 Siren. Go for Demon 2.
Got a laser mission for you. T-72 in the open. Grid 0 tree 6 0 tree break 0 tree 8 6 0. Laze is on. Code 111.
Now make sure that laser's firing.
Demon 2 copies. That's a negative on the laser.
Now, make sure you have. Does it show that it's on?
Is
on
he in
the screen at the
range,
top?
by the way? That's the main issue. 4 clicks, remember?
Would you like mine? I know sometimes it could be a little weird.
Apache's a bit weird with that
Siren
laser.
Demon 2.
Send a Demon 2.
No eyes on Sparkle.
Was that 8-7 just now?
That was 8-6.
Let me engage mine.
Demon 2 Siren. Laze is on. Front corner panel of T-72.
Confirm 036038.
He's got it.
I take it we can't see that one.
Solid copy on grid.
You just let him know. Send it when able.
Demon 2 copies. Rifle. Time of flight. Splash in 6.
Out.
Solid copy, right.
So now, it will literally hit exactly where that laser is.
He sneezes and the laze lands on us.
Oh wow.
Yeah, see? Bang on.
Nice. Actually, he missed it.
Alright, well,
So
tell him to
So with
Demon
the laser designator, and this is only on the training server.
Demon
it's
2 Siren.
Target. If you laze the quarter, there's
Miss
certain
target.
parts of the vehicle, the laser
To the
will
front.
actually go through the
Relazing.
vehicle
Time
and land
now.
on the ground
If
in
you wish
front
for a second shot. This is on turret.
Demon 2 copies. Confirm 036038.
Solid copy on grid.
Demon 2 rifle.
Siren copy, right. Hopefully this is good. It's right on the turret now.
Splash in 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. Oh yeah.
That was a hit.
Demon 2 Siren. Good hit, good hit. Wait for the mission.
Copy that, Siren.
Holy
if you guys are
shit.
interested, screen share is up in the pre-event as well, so you can see what I'm seeing.
Catastrophic.
Solid copy, Demon 2. Good working with you.
Target is catastrophic.
anyone who didn't copy that, Gleam screen sharing in the pre-event on the Discord.
Well, that's fine.
Seeing.
Thank you guys. Thanks for all the time. This went way longer than I thought it would. It was great information.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Glad you stopped by.
Yeah.
Have a good one, buddy.
Cheers, man.
See you, man.
So now the fun thing with Gleam, like he was saying earlier, you got multiple targets. Let him know. He'll fire with 5-second delay. And after that first one hits, you got 5 seconds to move your laser to the next target. So how about the next person call in for 3?
Stream in pre-chat right now.
That's what he sees.
A fucking mountain.
Yeah,
he's using that lock on after
mountain.
launch. Yep.
So how about whoever calls in the next mission, call in 3 of those with 5-second delays, telling you got multiple targets.
You're gonna say ripple fired 3 times.
Alright, I'm
Just,
only tracking 2 targets.
That's okay. You can just walk the laser somewhere else.
Remember that he needs this starting grid.
Right, yeah. I already set one up, but now if we're doing this, then I'm gonna do it in a different order, so I'm gonna change it up. If nobody else wants to, I don't have to go first. Someone else can go first.
All you, Jones, go for it.
I'm just waiting my turn to do mortar fire.
Yeah, just walk through this real quick and a couple more times on the horn with Reaper, make sure everybody understands how to relay a 9-line, and then bang, bang, bow, we'll do Savage.
Can somebody confirm that I did this right? I have that leftmost LAV on that crossroads at grid 03006 03197.
Yep, the Bambi.
So make sure, and I can't stress this enough, on this training server, if you laze a target and you can't see your laze, that means the laze is going through the vehicle and landing on the ground in front of it. So you have to hit a hard spot on the vehicle that registers with the laze.
The back side of it is a great target on those MRAPs because it's so big and bulky.
That's what she said.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can zoom in with the laser designator pretty
Yeah,
well.
I see now.
Oh,
somebody
fell.
fell.
Ouch.
Rest in peace.
That was
So help me again. So
someone
I call
with a stalker
primary
at
long, in this case, 8, what is it, where are we, 8-7?
Well, 8-6, but yeah. 8-6 is the one he's on right now.
Right. And I call him, I tell him that I am Siren, I'm calling for, it's a demon, Siren calling for you, and I've got, what did you say? 3 targets in the open on lays?
3 targets in the open, you don't need to get, someone's hot mic, someone's hot mic, someone's hot mic.
I just want his attention to, like, advise when ready for targets or something like that, yeah?
So you say, hey, I've got a couple targets for you, whatever. Just convey the message that you have something he needs to shoot at, and that you're when he's ready to shoot, going to say, I want 3 times Hellfires, Ripple Fire, or Ripple Fire 3 times Hellfire, whatever, because you're going to have multiple. So then what you're gonna do, what he's gonna do is he's gonna fire them off with, he'll tell you how much time is in between them, and then after the first one hits, you immediately go to the next one, and after that, you immediately go to the next one.
Gotcha.
You gotta stay on lays until the splash.
Yes. And he's Demon 1, right?
He's Demon 2.
Demon 2.
He's Demon 2. Alright. And I'm just Siren. I'm not a specific...
Just say Siren.
Yeah, just say Siren.
Alright, I'm gonna give it absolute this because it's not... I always get nervous when I do something for the first time, so...
It's okay.
Demon 2, Siren.
Go for Demon 2.
Demon 2, I have 3 times targets for you on lays. Advise when ready.
Demon 2, ready. Advise when lays is live.
Demon 2, starting grid is 03006, break. 03197. Ripple, 3 times Hellfire. Laser is on first target.
Demon 2 copies. No sparkle as yet.
Stand by.
Move it around, he'll look for it.
I see a laser on the ass end of that vehicle.
Yep.
Demon 2, Siren. Laser is on target. LAV in the open.
Which one is he hitting?
He's gonna start on the west, but he's gonna hit 3 different targets.
Okay.
Siren bobbing up, still not getting a laser.
Now at the top of your laser, it's showing a little mark and everything, right, Jones?
This is Reaper on 87 visually confirming that there is
And we
laser.
see it.
I can see the thermal signature.
Copy, Reaper. We'll relay. Demon, Siren 1, checking in with you on 86 here. Reaper 1 is confirming Laze is up. He can see it on thermals.
That would be the wrong kind of laser if he's only picking it up on thermals. It has to show up on the sensor display as a red cross, and I'm getting nothing.
See if this works.
This is interesting. Okay.
Could it be because I'm the wrong role?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't tie into a roll. If you could fire a laser, you could fire a laser.
Demon 2, Siren 1, interrogative. Do you have eyes on Laze now?
Negative.
Something's fucky about me, Patchy. That happened yesterday as well.
You got approximate range from first target my location?
Wait one.
I've turned the laser off. Somebody else try it.
Here, what are we lasing?
LAV1 out to the west.
This is Reaper on 86. I definitely see the thermal signature from the laser, but there is no red cross on sensor.
Demon, attempt one more time to acquire new lace.
From here?
Is somebody lasing right now?
Copy that, Siren. Yeah, whatever laser you were using on the last mission, that was working. Whatever you're using now isn't.
Interesting. So now.
Interesting. Okay.
Could it be batteries? Maybe it ran out of battery.
No, code's good. It's just training server bug, I'm probably.
Should we try a different target?
Yeah, sure. Try a different target.
Demon 2, Siren.
Go for Demon.
Attempting to laze different target. Lasers on target.
Copy that, Siren. I'm getting nothing on sensor at the moment. Now, normally I'll get a red cross on my sensor page, which tells me I've got a laser in the AO. Not sure whether you've pulled the wrong type of designator out of the arsenal or not.
Yeah, at this point we're just troubleshooting. We're all trying our designators, and now we're trying different targets.
I got mine on. See, maybe that was...
Is the starting position
for eyes on laser, right? Wait, one. I'm getting back in position.
Yeah.
Might have been a positional
Okay, I'm turning mine off, right?
Yeah, no, let's only have one up at a time.
Yeah, we have like...
He's searching for lays within a specific grid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the grid code was wrong.
I'm gonna put it back.
Oh, the
Out of
grid code's
curiosity,
good,
Castile,
but
how
it
would
might
you run
an
if you were to call for fire from Savage? How would you run it? Because usually what I would do is I'd just say, hey, fire mission, such and such grid, such and such elevation.
So there's different methods of fire. Like if you want to do a grid mission, those are the most accurate.
Demon 1 in position.
Immediate suppression. You can do a polar mission.
Siren, confirm grid for lays 031031.
Direction, range out, direction from you to target.
Grid for lays 030031.
Gotcha.
It's right on the border, so.
It'll have like a 10-meter variance when you do something with the polar mission, but it'll get rounds on target.
Reaper's seeing
okay.
4 lasers.
Siren,
Guys.
Demon.
Guys, only one laser at a time.
Purple Siren.
I've got one lays at 031031.
Stand by, Demon.
Okay, guys, make
now
sure.
I've got no lasers.
Alright.
Yeah, affirm. Lasers off. Double checking grid. Stand by.
There's one of those targets out there is right on the border of one of the grids, so.
The fuck was that?
Illumes.
Yeah.
That's an IR one though, not. stop firing, will you?
Will he be able to laze off of that?
No.
Oh.
Lays off of an IR flare?
You guys still troubleshooting?
I'm just rechecking the grid. It was correct. 030031.
Reaper 1, Siren 87.
Go for Reaper on 87.
Mind giving these guys a little show of force?
Hey, Firm, what you want?
I fucking love shows of force. If we could use that in the server and it actually have
I'm thinking a nice low-level pass, a nice little photo op here, just west to east across the tower.
Guns and hydras?
Copy. Do you want me to come up from behind?
Fucking warheads
just
and
come up behind
foreheads.
everybody, or do you want side to side?
Yeah.
Would prefer the side to side here. Let's see that profile.
Copy. And do you want to raid over the tower?
Let's see that fat ass.
Offset it a little to the north.
Copy that. Starting run.
Yeah, let's see that fat ass, boy.
So, I just turned my laser off just in case. Should I be lasing something right now?
No,
Yeah,
really good vectors.
Reaper's gonna do a quick flyby, and then you're gonna do your lays again.
It's gonna be on stream,
Okay, good.
so it's gonna be
I just don't want
spectacular.
to be conflicting with anything.
It's gonna get me more views.
And so Demon 1, you were seeing, or Demon 2, correction, you were seeing, what was that, 4 lasers at one point?
I think that was Reaper that was seeing all the lasers.
I had 2 at one point, and they were, or maybe 4 at one point, and they were all on the same point. But I had multiples on the same grid reference 031031.
Okay.
I got one on the vehicle right now.
Raj, after this Reaper flyby, we'll try troubleshooting this again. Yeah, what's up?
Get your cameras
Copy that.
I got a laser on that vehicle right now.
I do. Comes Reaper.
Use it?
Yeah, sure, I'll drop it in a sec.
Is he coming in from the west?
Here he comes.
Yep.
There he is.
Oh, wow.
Godspeed, you glorious bastards.
Crashed. No, oh god, no he didn't.
That would have been
Nice.
His audio was super lag for me.
Oh, those are flares.
Yeah, those were flares.
Yeah, those were chaff, yeah.
Yep, he's burning down the forest. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I dropped my laser designator in your bag.
Got a range fire on
Oh,
range
thank you.
17.
Okay.
Yep.
Look at him.
Who's stalling? What a nerd. Who's flying that right now?
Alright, Jones, you can go ahead and paint your target and start talking to Demon again.
Yeah, good copy. I'll try. Just gonna switch the binocs again so I can do the thing.
Yeah, it's you gotta carry extra equipment
this is
and
a
stuff.
different
It's
type.
fun.
Yeah.
Who's breathing heavily in the back?
Can someone confirm to me that MBT is in fact on grid 035038?
Oh, was that my GDP?
Fuck.
That's an
you know,
infraction.
you could press the plus sign and it goes in.
Jones, you want grids on that fucking MBT?
Yeah, I want you to confirm that that the 6th digit for that MBT is 035038.
We're talking
It
the
looks
one.
like 036 according to the mark on the map.
Send.
Yeah, that grid.
Just to let you know, you've probably got about 10 minutes loiter time before RTB for fuel.
Copy 10 mics.
Damn, already?
Jones, you're
Yeah, dude, Apache's a thirsty bitch.
Demon 2, Siren.
Go for Demon.
Demon 2, you ready to try this again with me?
Always ready.
Solid copy. The laser is on target. Stand by for grid. Grid is 035038. 3 targets on laser. Ripple.
Waiting to acquire laser.
Somebody else shining a laser right now. I
Am I
see
the only one
2
who
signatures.
can hear him on TeamSpeak?
Hey, aim Anybody who's got a laser deck in their hands, put it away and just use your vector knife for now, just so we can avoid.
Demon 2, Siren. Laser is on target.
Eyes on laser.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Siren, interrogative. How much spacing would you like between launches?
5 seconds.
Copy that. Demon 2, rifle.
First one's out.
Oh, you could see it from here.
Mm-hmm.
Rifle.
Well, look at those things. Wow.
Second one's out.
Rifle.
Gotta be quick, Jones.
Rifle.
Kaboom.
There's one.
Ooh, that
There's
was
two.
more. Sorry, Siren. Find something quick.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Thought he was going for
There's
the tank.
3. One more.
Oh.
Did it get lost?
No, it'll probably. You didn't turn off the laser, right?
No.
Siren, my readout's still showing one bird in the air.
Oh, yeah. There we
Splash.
go.
One for that tank.
Wow, that was
Bro.
a big explosion.
Beautiful.
Demon 2, Siren. Good effect on 2 targets. Bad effect 1 target.
Copy that. I have 2 Hellfires left if you require them.
Anybody else want to take a crack at that?
Demon standby.
So yeah.
If anybody wants to laser it, now's your time.
So
One
now,
more,
yeah,
it's
you guys just saw the power of that fucking Apache, bro. Those Hellfires are
That was
ridiculous.
incredible.
Lock
He's
on
running.
after
Do you
lock.
mind if I laze this fucking tower?
Oh god, no.
Hurry up, he's running out of
It
fuel.
will in fact bring the tower down.
Yeah.
Somebody
So-
gonna call out Tim?
Yeah, who's calling it?
I guess I will.
Dolphin, who? Who was I?
I just need a map confirmation. So it's that ambulance that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, 030031. And he's got 2 Hellfires left.
All right. Demon 2, this is Siren.
Go for Demon 2.
I have 1 late.
You got cut off.
Yeah, you got cut off, man.
Say again, Siren. I lost you there.
I got 1 laze on a ambulance in the open. It is. What is the grid again?
030031.
Grid 030031.
Hellfire, fucking send it.
I heard it.
Copy 030031.
Your laser's up, yeah?
Laser required.
Oh, fuck yeah. How many do you want?
Siren, interrogative. Was that laser up when you started transmitting?
Yes.
Copy. I'm wondering whether there's input lag between lasers going up and me being able to acquire them. Okay, Demon 2, rifle. Bad shot, bad shot, bad shot.
He hit the fucking.
Repeat.
Yeah.
Last
Good shit going.
Hellfire, Demon 2, rifle.
There it goes. Look at that thing
There
go.
we go.
Smash in 3.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, that was awesome.
Beautiful.
Demon 2, this is Siren. Good effect on target.
I need to learn how to use one of those
Copy
things.
that,
You know,
Demon 2 out of
I'm fucking yeah. I'm sold
Yeah, I
on
was gonna say,
Apache.
you see how accurate that is?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
actually
sold on
minimal
Apache, mate.
surrounding damage. I want to be able to put those on
Can I just
BMPs and
say,
cities, man,
I
so badly.
didn't think I wanted to do the practical stuff mainly because like nerves. But like this conversation right now with Demon, janky, and first time as it might have been for me is probably the sexiest thing I've ever done in Arma, and like I am so excited.
Hey,
Thank you.
that
guys.
was a lot of fun.
Ethos, can I move, mate? Ethos, can you let me move? Glorious bastard.
That's a flyby.
I'm so excited.
That's a flyby.
Okay, now if you don't mind, I'm gonna go and practice some Apache.
Have fun, Fubar.
Future.
Yo.
Thank you for the training, and I'll catch the next one.
Yeah.
You can use V to step past them if you have to.
What? What's
Just be
that?
careful you're facing the right way.
This is going
What you
to.
say? Oh yeah.
Nah,
Oh,
this
you
is going to
V.
be
Yeah.
in.
No, I use Savage more than fucking any other asset,
This is.
though.
This is going to be in 3 stages.
Okay, chaps, I'm gonna cut the stream here because Apache awaits me. So, cheers, thank you for watching. I'll put the. Yeah, I got a recording and I'll put a link if I maybe put this on YouTube in the Discord, so you can check it out there. Alright? Well, see you later, chaps.